rooting for Emmett. That was 4. All right, we're switching hands. And it's best ball. So, switch hands. It's my game. I get to make the rules. You can use whatever ball you want, but it has to come from the other side of your body.
Dropped it. I watched him throw it, and I was like, well, his is going to go down the middle, and I knew Jack was going to get picked, but I didn't think Josh would, I didn't think he'd carry. I knew they'd both get picked.
That was awesome.
Oh, that was great.
My announcements quickly, because I know a lot of you guys were here yesterday, and you probably don't want to hear them all again. But some of them are so important. Thank you for those that brought some toys for our toy drive. We are donating our toys to the Toys for Tots. And we appreciate you. And so many families that aren't able to give their kids a Christmas like we did. So thank you. And we're so honored to be able to partner up with other nonprofits to amplify our impact and just do good in the world. And it starts with you guys. So I appreciate you guys showing up every month for our cause. Is anyone here for the first time ever? Yeah, you guys are a couple. We want to welcome you. I think that you'll find that our community is warm and fun and inclusive and awesome, and we're so glad that you guys are a part of it now. We have awarded $394,193. Actually, not really, because I didn't add what we gave out yesterday. So more than that. But we're so honored to do what we do, and if you guys keep showing up, we're going to keep doing it. So that's a lot of money in scholarships we've given out. I just want to remind you I have no tolerance for bad behavior, so since you likely don't own anything in the center, please do not disrespect it. We're a 501c3, so parents, if you work for a company that might give grants to nonprofits, let's get together and make that happen. I want to quickly acknowledge our sponsors. Our sponsors are so important to us. We have thank you cards for them. A lot of you guys saw. If you have not filled out a thank you card for our sponsors, you can fill out one. You can fill out for all of them. I'm going to be sending them to them for the holidays. So it really goes a long way, especially written out cards. Storm, we want to thank. They've been with us since day one. They give us our raffle balls. Turbo Awards Champions, $25 gift cards. H5G designs our awesome Champions jerseys and a whole line of the League Tour. We have a page on their website. Bullstream TV. Emil isn't here today. He was doing the PWBA regional, but Riley's taking over the Bullstream. So thank you, Riley, for making it happen. Dexter Bowling has been a newer sponsor. Appreciate them. We're offering naming rights to our events next year, so if you know any companies that would like to name an event from their company or somebody that you know, could be anybody. We have Midwest Doc Solutions, Striking Against Breast Cancer, Dexter, H5G. They're all in for naming rights, so you can look forward to that next year. Today, we're giving away a lot of raffle items. It's digital, so you can't tell me that you don't have any cash on you, but we'll still take your cash. The raffle items, one storm ball of choice. We have a Magnum Products Immortalizer that helps sustain the power of your bowling ball. It's a bag that you keep in your bowling bag. We have a lot of Storm Turbo goodies, EYT merchandise. We draw a lot of tickets and numbers, so please support our raffle. Huge thanks to my team. They're amazing. They know who they are. Also, huge thanks to Strike and Spear too. Let's give it up for Matt at the counter, Mufasa, and Chris, the manager here. They're always very hospitable, and we always love coming here. It really feels like family. Also, they have donated $1,000 to this weekend, which is amazing for a bowling center to do. So we really appreciate that. We will not be paying out cash today. Just wanted to make sure everybody knows if you're a U23 bowler. Our next event is January 18th. Registration's open. It's at River Ranch. It's a smaller center, so you should sign up soon. We don't want to push anybody. We don't turn a lot of people away, but if it gets really, really busy, I'm sure that you guys don't want to bowl with like nine out of here isn't that fun. So sign up soon. Also, bring your old books. We're going to be supporting Open Books, which supports citywide literacy. And I know you guys have some old books at home that you want to get rid of off of your bookshelf, so bring them. Okay, now we're going to talk about how it's going to go today. We're going to bowl 9 Baker games. And for those of you that haven't bowled before, we're doing this fun thing called the Phantom Game. The Phantom Game is made up of the first ball, the 10th frame of every game. So if a 10th frame is 9 spear strike in the first game, you put 9 spear in your first frame of the Phantom Game. At the second game that you guys bowl as a team, if you go 7-2 in the 10th frame, the second frame of the Phantom Game is 7-2. So the first frame in the 10th frame goes on that sheet. You have to mark that down. And who knows how to keep score? All right, we're going to send everyone the little Emmett over there. It says you done, I believe. A lot of you don't, and we're going to address that another time. You can look at Bowl Metrics for updated scores, bowlmetrics.com. Select the cut line. You'll see how many you're cutting to. Also, this is important about the rotation in your lineup. So everybody needs to pay attention because I know someone's going to come up to me and ask me. So when you set your lineup for the first game, 1, 2, 3, 4, the next game, you have to rotate it down. So everybody's going to throw the 10th frame. So 1, 2, 3, 4, the second bowler is going to throw the 10th frame. The next game, the second bowler is going to be the third bowler. Does that make sense? So rotate, please keep track. It's going to be a step ladder, and we asked the Elite Youth Council how they think they would like the finals to go, and they voted for the best 2 out of 3 in the finals. So it's not total pins, it's going to be the best 2 out of 3 Baker games. A printout of our finals format will be in the tournament room. that's for sure.
What about us?
Oh, no. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
I don't know what we're going to do because Witalskis are not showing up anymore. Listen, I recognize the fact that you all could have been anywhere else in the world today and you chose to be with us, and we thank you for spending your day with us. Good luck today. Have some fun. We're going to turn you on for 10 minutes of practice. Say more? You just got 10 minutes of practice.
I had the rotation back.
Also, we are live streaming, so if you have a Facebook page, go to our Facebook page and share it to yours. Everybody come on.
Go, Ethan! Oh!
Testing 1 2. Testing. Good morning, everybody, to our EYT family, friends, and fans. This is Riley Smith, and we are live at the Elite Youth Tour at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois. As we get started with game number 1 out of 9, I want to take a moment and say thank you, special thanks to all of our sponsors and supporters, including Dexter, H5G Brands, Storm Products, Turbo 2-in-1 Grips, Bullstream TV, and a shout out to Emil Williams Jr., Fast Track Physio, Bold Dry Enterprises, and Gail Voschel. This is a production of the Elite Youth Tour Bullstream TV. And once again, I'm Riley Smith, and it's a pleasure to be with you guys today. We will get to the format and all the exciting stuff to come with today's Elite Youth Tour Bowlapalooza Team Cup Championship. We are fresh off of a full day yesterday here at Strike and Spare 2, where we held our holiday doubles, as that was day 1 of Bowlapalooza. Thanks for tuning in. As you guys are watching and commenting on the stream, please take a moment and share on your Facebook page and reach out to all of your family and friends. Let them know that we are live and they can watch their family or friend on the lanes today. In addition, I love to be interactive in the comments, so please let me know who you're cheering for. Let me know if there's anyone that you want me to keep an eye on, and I'll do my best to do that. As always, we have Bowl Metrics, which will have our updated scoring, and that link can be found in our comments as a pinned comment. Awesome to see the chat is getting interactive. I love to see it. We've got plenty of people here for Xander, Eby, Jack, Danica, Mateus. I see Josh Eby, who's actually sitting next to me and has the stream up. I see Doug Eby out there. Thanks for tuning in again, Doug. We had him in the chat yesterday. Brandy Hobson. Shout out to Kyle, Peyton, Zach, and Matthew. Team Two Hands. And that team, as I just mentioned, is on lane 29. As I mentioned, Alexander, Jack, Danica, and Mateus is the team on lane 30. We got Donnie Henderson coming in again. He was active in our chat yesterday. Donnie sending good luck and saying let's take care of business to Caden and Donald, who we have on lane 31. Caden and Donald are pairing up with Dalton Atkins and Lucas. You'll see Lucas coming up on 31. That's Lucas Boyd. And then our final team on lane 32, we've got Kloss, Easton Taylor, Dawson Cole, and Madden Asbaddy. And that is Ian Kloss. who has a single pin left, the 9 pin on lane 32. He elects to go backup ball to it and just a little bit wide, ends up with an open frame. So those are the 4 teams in front of us, and as you can tell, the pace today is going to be quick and exciting. To the Weems family, they are tuning in. Hello and good morning to the Weems family. We'll see Joss and his team. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Game 5, game 6, right around that time frame of qualifying is when Weems and his team will come into play. All right, we got Sharonda Struthers. I'm guessing a family member of Kai Struthers. Cheering all the way from New Jersey. That's awesome. And as I mentioned, Joss's team, that is Mateo, Kai Struthers, and Tyler Williams. Awesome. Thanks for joining, Sharonda. And as I mentioned, Joss, Kai, and others will be, I'm looking at about game 5, I think is when they'll be on our live stream. All right, we got Nada Simpkins as well cheering for Donald. Donald and Caden are out of the St. Louis area. Was able to highlight them yesterday during our live stream in the holiday doubles as Caden and Donald both together. They were able to make the cut yesterday and they made the match play format. Unfortunately, ran into late game heroics against their opponents and they were knocked out. I believe it was the first or second round. So they are out for some day 2 redemption. And speaking of Donald, here he is. First ball in the 10th frame. Just silky smooth approach and rings a 10-pin. So we are fast and furious today. This is a 4-person Baker-style tournament. So every bowler will rotate frames. The first bowler will bowl in their first frame, and then their teammate will come in for the second. Another teammate comes in for the third frame, and their final teammate comes in for the 4th frame. And then we go again. Bowler number 1 will bowl the 5th frame. Bowler 2 bowls the 6th frame. Bowler 3 bowls the 7th. Bowler 4 is in the 8th. And then there's 2 frames left, so that brings in bowler number 1 again, bowls the 9th. And bowler 2 is our 10th frame bowler. So with this Baker style, we ask the teams to rotate in every game. So the first bowler will then move into the 2nd position. Second bowler moves into the 3rd position, and so on. We are bowling 9 games, and our teams will move 1 lane to the right. We're not going to move a pair, it's just 1 lane to the right. And since it is 1 team per lane and Baker style, this is going to go very fast. Already completed game number 1, and we just finished the format of today's tournament. So strap in, get ready for an exciting day as we will transition already into game number 2 of 9. After qualifying, we will make a cut. And we have 2 divisions this morning in this Team Cup tournament. In our U15 division, if you check out Bull Metrics, and you can filter on the division and the cut line before the finals, you'll see the cut line, you'll see number of teams. In U15, we have 9 teams of 4, and we will be taking the top 4 after 9 games of qualifying. The top 4 will be moving on to match play. In U18 division, We have 6 teams of 4. And of those 6 teams, we will take the top 3. And I'll do the last of our housekeeping as we get this day started. What is the pattern that we are bowling on? That can be found here on our Facebook page, or I pinned it in our, it's not pinned in our comments, but I dropped it in the comment section. It is the 2023 Junior Gold Youth Open for all divisions that were out at Junior Gold last year in 2023. This is the pattern that they bowled on. And the Youth Open is just like the Adult USBC Open Championships that runs at the same time as Junior Gold. The Youth Open has singles, doubles, and team event, just like the Adult USBC Open. And all divisions bowled on this pattern. It is a total of 38 feet in distance. Volume oil total is 28.35 milliliters. Kind of on the middle, maybe touching the high side as far as volume goes. And again, volume, the higher the volume, the more oil is on the lane. And when there's more oil on the lane, that means less friction will happen. And that means that our bowlers will need to find ways to create friction, which will then create hook and get that ball to go through the pins, and then you'll see the ball get into a roll, get into a hook for a righty coming in right, left to right, and then right back to left. We're trying to create that hook, and with more oil on the lane, we need to use stronger bowling balls. So this is right in between, a little bit on the medium to slightly into the high volume oil total. The ratio of today's pattern is 6.76 to 1 on the right side and 6.39 to 1 on the left side. So that means it's asymmetric pattern. If it were to be symmetric, we would have the same ratios all across on the right and left side of the lane. And as always, we talk about the ratio. That means that there's 6.76 more liters of oil on the inside, milliliters of oil, on the inside part of the lane versus the outside part of the lane. The higher that number is, as we get into 10 and 12 and 14 to 1 ratios, that means the pattern will play easier. And the opposite goes harder if the pattern is closer to 1 to 1 ratio. Today's pattern is a little bit easier than our usual patterns. We are usually under 3 to 1 ratios. But today is the Team Cup and part of Bowlapalooza weekend. It's our final event of 2024. And with that, we like to use the Youth Open Championship pattern and make it a little bit more fun and enjoyable for these bowlers. It's still going to be a challenge. We still need to repeat our shots. We still need to hit our mark and make sure we have the right ball reaction. So it's not going to be easy per se, but it's a little bit easier based on the graph that we have, and then hopefully we'll see a couple of higher scores. So at the end of the day, the Team Cup is meant to be a team atmosphere, a place for excitement, and a place for just having fun together. And we hope that the pattern can help deliver the goal of our Team Cup Bowlapalooza weekend. Oh, Zach threw a very nice shot in the 5th frame there. After 4 consecutive strikes, Zach leaves a 10 pin, and that pin was wobbling, nearly fell. And now it is a spare attempt. on lane 30. Electing to go back up on that one, and he covers the entire lane. Spares that up. On 29, we have a new team that just came in. We'll see Kaiden Wilms. We've got Rylan, Cameron Witten, and Dominic, I believe it's Di Lorenza, or Di Lorenzo, pardon me. That is our new team on 29. Brandy, good question. In bowl metrics, what scores do we follow? We are looking for the Team Cup. So yesterday we had the doubles event, holiday doubles, and that's the same tournament that we're holding inside of bowl metrics. So when you go into it, you'll see EYT December 2024 is live. Click on that, and then you can click on the bottom section where it says EYT Team Cup, and then the results. Let me know, Brandy and everyone else, if that is making any sense to you, or if I can help any further on bowl metrics. And speaking of that, let's see if we have any Game 1 results. So far, there's 3 teams in U15, and we saw a 180, 203, and 205. So we are still working on updating those scores. And in U18, we only have 1 at this point with the 203 game. And actually see Steven is running around right now putting scores in, so keep refreshing your page as Steven is scanning in scores right now. He says that's Scuba Steve, we call him. I always like to do an audio check as we get into game 2 of 9. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay, if there's anything that I can adjust, if there's too much background noise, or if I'm a little bit muffled, not loud enough. Just let me know if I can edit the audio at all. Oh. That is a really good call there. That is true. Thank you, Mr. Hobson. I am going to adjust this immediately. I do have the same scores running across on both the left pair and the right pair. So let me adjust this. My apologies, and good call out. Thank you. right, thanks for the help there, Mr. Hobson. I've adjusted the scores. My my sincerest apologies there. We are now good with 29 and 30. And we just saw Hobson and his team go 237. They had 4 strikes in a row, a couple of spares, throw a strike in the middle with a couple of more spares, and then we had a turkey to finish their game. And perfect. Thank you, Sharonda and Marcia, confirming the audio. Excellent. You guys are the best. I appreciate the support and I appreciate the feedback. Want to mention there's one interesting thing that we are doing with this format. We have what we call a 10th game phantom game, which could shake up the standings when we turn in our final score sheets. The phantom game takes the first ball of every 10th frame and adds it to the frame of our phantom game. So, for example, in game number 1, if the team had a 9 spare, in the first frame of the phantom game, that team gets a 9 spare. In game number 2, we saw Hobson and team have a strike in the first ball of their 10th frame. So in frame 2, Hobson and Peyton and Zach will have a strike in frame number 2 of that phantom game. Here we are approaching game number 3. If the team has a 9 miss in the first of the 10th frame, then their third frame will be 9 miss. And we take all of that and we add them all together for our phantom game. So that phantom game could play into account when we have our qualifying. And with that, we will transition. We are going into game number 3. And with game 3, we welcome in one new team on lane 29, Will Hudson. We've got Peterson, Maya Santaliz, and Zane Shaughnessy. So far, we do not have a completely matching team on our live stream. Will and team on 29 are the closest ones so far. They all are doing red and black within their jerseys. In a few more games, we'll see some matching jerseys coming around. Definitely not required, but it's always fun to see. All right, Lori, thanks for tuning in. So, Lori, it looks like Sebi and his team are on. Oh, I lost Sebi. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Sebi is on the NFL team in the U15 division. They are called NFL Elite. And currently, Sebi is on lane 23. Yep, so that means in 7 more games, which, oh, I don't think we'll actually get them. We're in game number 3. Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, Game 8. Oh, he will be on the live stream game number 9. Final game of qualifying. That's where Sebi and the NFL Elite team will come into play. All right, we got Ramilia cheering for Dominic Di Lorenzo. Dominic and his team are on lane 30. All right, good shot from Peterson. And a strike delivered from Hobson, too. All right, Ryland delivers a turkey on lane 30 after a rough start. A good bounce back with 3 strikes in a row. I want to mention the team format. There's really nothing better within team bowling. The excitement, camaraderie, collaboration, teamwork. So much fun. Especially when things are going well. When there's 2, 3, 4 strikes in a row, you'll really see these bowlers get excited. You'll hear the volume get amped up. Some of the teams out here have special handshakes, special cheers. Just a great time. Nothing better than it. Good spare from Cameron. And that was really good work over there by Will. If you guys saw in the corner of our screen, Will on lane 29 seemed to have an issue on his first shot with his sliding shoe. I'm not sure if he stuck or slid too much, but it wasn't a consistent slide that he's used to. So what he did was waited for bowlers to the left and to the right of him to finish their approaches. He stepped up on the approach and did almost like a shadow ball. He didn't have the ball in his hand. He just took his steps, went through his normal process, and tried his normal slide, and then turned back and gave the thumbs up. So he adjusted something and was able to, without impeding anybody or distracting anybody, do his delivery, make sure he was good, and on that shot leaves a 4-pin. A lot of people in that situation might just test the back of the approach if they're sticking or sliding too much. But it is important to make sure at the foul line you have the right slide. It might be okay in the back of the approach, and it might be different at the foul line. Here's Dominic, lane 30. Boom, buries a good pocket strike. Dominic with a really unique form, similar to Tom Dougherty, if you guys are familiar, or similar to Tom Smallwood. Those two bowlers in the professional, the PBA rotation, they use one hand but only two fingers. In Tom Smallwood's case, he actually uses a thumb, but it's more of a cup of the bowling ball and not a standard one-handed release, and that's what Dominic does. It looks like he has his two fingers in and then his thumb is off and he's palming the ball, and it's more of a cup with one hand, not the traditional one-handed style and not the traditional two-handed style where the second hand supports the ball. It's working for Dominic as he's thrown 2 strikes in this game. And Maya Sancheles will be the anchor bowler over on 29. And she will finish out game number 3. And over on 32, we've started game 4 with Zach, Matthew, Peyton, and Kyle. We saw 237 from them 2 games ago, and we started with a strike. We've got to have Kyle reset. We had a 7-pin fall. We'll reset it and get a full rack up there. Ooh, good effort on the spare. The 2-4-10 from Maya. Good effort. Try to slide the 2-pin over to the 10. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are as viewers coming in on our Team Cup action. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are with the quicker pace and Baker style format with 4 bowlers versus our traditional individual games and singles tournaments that we hold. This is much faster paced, as I mentioned, but I'm curious, what are your guys' thoughts? If you have any thoughts on the faster pace or team event, feel free to drop a comment. Let me know. interesting turn of events over on 32, where Matthew got a little bit too loose with his first ball, ended up in the gutter, but the next best result was to make the spare, and he did. And now it's up to Kyle on the 6th frame and buries a strike. And once again, we welcome in a new team on lane 29. Tristan Lux, Byron Settles, Liam Rolek, and I'm looking for their fourth bowler. But all three are matching with black pants and the same jersey on top. Here's our fourth bowler, Vince Cortino. Oh, that was a stubborn 7-pin that Zane Shaughnessy has left on lane 30. So at 38 feet and the higher ratio, with a little bit easier, quote unquote, a little bit easier on paper, our bowlers are finding pretty good ways to get to the pocket, but it's not perfect. It does have a challenge out there. As you can see, there's a good string of strikes and then maybe some misses in between. So as I mentioned, you still want to make good shots, still repeat and hit your mark as best you can for accuracy. The rule of 31 would tell us that 38 minus 31 is 7. So that rule would tell us that we want the bowler's break point to be on the 7 board. If you're a righty, that's just right of the second arrow, and if you're a lefty, just left of their second arrow. And Kyle, 3 pins going after the 7 pins, still stands. That's right about where Kyle and his team are playing as well as the 7 board, so that rule looks to be playing true to form at this point. But that's just a general rule. It's not the case in all scenarios. All right, appreciate the feedback here. We got Sarah Boylan saying that the faster pace is fun to watch. I do agree with you. Thank you. Lori says Baker team events looks like a lot of fun for the bowlers and definitely more fun to watch. I'm on board with both of you there. I thought I saw a comment from Mr. Nathan Nosko, but I may have been deleted. Nonetheless, Nathan, if you're watching, hope you're doing well. Nathan is a staple at our EYT events. He has moved up to the U23 division. Nathan, I wonder if you have any tournaments this weekend or anything coming up? Hey, good spare there from Cam on lane 31. The sleeper was back there, and that's a difficult spare to make, but well done, Cam. Zane back on track after the stubborn 7-pin was standing. He and the team dressed in black and red. 4 strikes in a row. The difficult thing for me right now, I don't have a stand or a roster sheet, which will be difficult for me to follow in the standings, because in our bowmetric system, everything is team name, and I don't know exactly who's on every team. Peterson in the 10th frame. Oh, almost a 7-10. Went from a really bad break to a relatively good break to not leave the 7-10. I'm sure if you were to ask Peterson, he would tell you neither pin should have been standing. So a good shot in the 10th frame, and he's looking for a spare, which will go into the Phantom game as we're in game number 4. All right, so their 4th frame will be 9 spare. Hey, there's Nathan saying hello to the EYT family. He had collegiate bowling tournament in Michigan. Wishing everyone here good luck. And oh, this is really cool. This makes me smile. Nathan is giving some advice to us here and the teams. Have fun and enjoy the moment. Some good words of advice from an experienced EYT bowler. Many years bowling our EYT events, and that's really good advice for everyone bowling team events, is to have fun, enjoy the moment. Well said there, Nathan, and good luck with collegiate bowling. We love to see our EYT bowlers graduate into the, whether it's it could be middle school, it could be high school, and eventually collegiate ranks. We like to see that happen. And we are especially proud of our bowlers that go on to PBA, PWBA, Team USA, all those awesome accomplishments that we can see.
It was a 9 yesterday, bro. He's trying to make that into an 8.
Yeah, Daniel, so the process with our scoring is that they keep their score sheets with them, and they take them to their next pair. And then our staff, Steven right now, is assigned to run all the scores. We have a QR code that we scan and we enter the scores in. So I will check with Mr. Steven and make sure that he's not missing any teams. And matter of fact, I'll take a moment as we transition here. We're going into game number 5. I have the login to adjust the scores, and I can definitely put in Mr. Hobson and his team. All right, we are back now. And bowl metrics from all the scores that I saw is officially updated. So if you're on the page, go ahead and just click the refresh button and we'll be back in action. In our U15 division, the top 4 teams, we have NFL Elite at 941. That's a 235 average. In second place, 10 in the pit with a 212 average. Third place, Barbarians, 752, 188 average. In fourth place, the Twos, 744, 186 average. 4 pins away from the cut line, the Strikeouts, and 5 pins away from the cut line, Strikin' Goofballs. Some good names there. U18 division. EYT Buds is leading the way, followed by Two Hands Needed. And close behind is Maya and the Minions, Gateway All the Way, and Gratitude. So it is a tight race in the U18 division. Good to see Kelly and Daniel and others that were cheering for Two Hands Needed. You got to see the first 4 games of qualifying, which was 4 of the 9 games. So awesome time for you guys to join, and thanks for doing so. There's Dominic's final frame on the stream. Covers his 10 pin with ease, as they are clean through 7 frames. All right, Peterson on 31 has 3 strikes in a row and buries a 4th. Joshua Sachs on 29, talented bowler, leaks it a little bit to the right. He leaves a 2 pin. Joshua is bowling with Luke Switalski, Gavin Murray, and Mats Thunberg. So that team of 4 is on 29. And I believe all of them are EYT champions at some point in their career. And more specifically, Luke and Gavin have won our holiday doubles event multiple times, at least twice the last 2 years. And yesterday they fell just a little bit short as they took 2nd place in yesterday's holiday doubles event. You'll see Gavin and Luke are matching with the H5G brand's jersey. Courtesy of H5G, all of our champions will receive a jersey in the singles and doubles events. I'll need to get confirmation if the jerseys are being handed out today for the team event. All right, Luke. Mats will be in the 9th frame, and then we've got Zane in the 10th frame, 31. Looks a little bit left of target, and just didn't have the right angle going through the pocket, leaves a 10 pin. Once again, the Phantom game, this is frame 5 for that Phantom game. And a spare for Zane in the 10th frame. And we'll see a ball change from Zane on the fill ball. Good time to try something new. And the interesting thing about Baker's style bowling, this always is a factor within qualifying. You really only have 2 deliveries on the first ball per game. So if you are in the position outside of anchor, you don't have a chance to throw a fill ball and see what else might be available within your arsenal. So Zane with a little test there of a different ball. And that can always be a challenge when you're bowling if it's a 5-person baker or any type of baker style. Try to keep track of your own score so you understand if you're doing well or if you maybe are struggling a little bit. It can be difficult to make good decisions because you only have 2 shots per game. So I like to use different apps to keep track of my scores when I bowl bakers, just so I can understand, am I doing well or am I not doing well? And I can try to make good decisions at the right time. And sometimes people will make maybe rash decisions, which might be the right decision. But at the end of the day, it is important to keep track of your own scores so that you can make logical decisions with your ball changes. And we are past the halfway point. We are in game 6 of 9 as we are still moving along. Approaching 10:30 a.m. Central Time on this Sunday. We're at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois. Thank you, Chris Watson and the entire staff at Strike and Spare 2. We come here often. We were here last year for this event. And just a awesome bowling center, awesome people involved with this bowling center. And just appreciate them for always opening their doors and allowing us to come in. All right. Liam, Vince, and Tristan have struck in their first frames, leading to Byron in the 4th frame, looking to stay perfect.
Raffle tickets.
And it was 6 in a row for Tristan and his team. covers the 10 pin nicely through 7 frames. With a few more strikes, they can get into the 260s or 270s. And a massive game here in number 6. All right, so we had a couple people looking for Tyler, Mateo, Kai, and Joss, and they have entered on stage left, lane 29. And they, oh, good shot from Luke with the messenger 10 pin. The team on 29, I believe they take the cake for the best team jerseys today. They are decked out from top to bottom in some holiday cheer. There's snow globes, holiday bells, presents. Looks like Santa's face and beard is outlined. Snowflakes, Christmas trees, stockings, reindeer. Looks like they got it all. Even a mistletoe I can see on their shirts and their pants. It's a good look, I like it. The black background and the vibrant colors on top of it. Very cool looking jerseys, that's for sure. Oh, good shot from Liam in the 10th frame, throws a strike. So there's 6th game in the Phantom game. We'll have a strike there. We'll get a good look here. Gavin Murray, lane 5. Shout out to Gavin, 2nd place yesterday in holiday doubles with Luke. And a messenger touches the 10 pin but doesn't fall. Also Gavin earlier this week, or I guess it's last week now, Gavin shot 801 for 3 games, which is a USBC sanctioned honor score. That's awesome to see. His first career sanctioned 800. And Luke Switalski, a similar feat, shot 805 earlier this week. I guess it was last week as well. So Gavin and Luke are on a little bit of a hot streak right now, shooting 800s and taking 2nd in yesterday's event. So Byron, Vince, Liam, and Tristan, 235. That's an awesome score, and that will definitely help the scoreboard for them. Anything over 200 is considered plus. Anything under 200 is considered minus. So they go plus 35 in that individual game. And that can only help their scores. There's Switalski making it look easy. All right, 10th frame, Tyler Williams on lane 29. Oh, an 8-pin. Oh, the team has all dropped to their knees. They all just collapsed after that 8-pin. My, that was a really unfortunate break. But that's the game of bowling. Unfortunately, sometimes they don't go your way. And a 9 spare in that 10th frame. With a strike, they can shoot 216. All right, Murray bounces back with a strike in the 9th frame. And we will turn it over to Will on 32 and Mats on 30 for our 10th frame. Good shot there from Mats. A little bit of damage control between the 9th and 10th frame here with Mats and team. A couple of opens and a pair of doubles in between them. Still has a chance to shoot 203 with 2 strikes here. Just put the check mark on him. Yeah, just like that. So game number 7 has been completed. We will move into game 8. So game 8, game 9, only 2 remain, plus the Phantom game. As we transition to game number 8, we saw on 29 who's moving to lane 30, the team of Michael Pizzo, Liam Pierce, Nolan Parks, and JJ Yelton. Moving into 29 will be Nehemiah Kiefer, Kayla Boykin, Tristan Wilms, and Emmett. All 4 of them are wearing EYT Champions jerseys. Nehemiah has the Battle Royale Champion jersey, so he is a major champion. Caleb and Emmett have last year's Holiday Doubles Champion jerseys on. I like the colors, green, gold, and white. I'm from Wisconsin, so those are my colors. I like the Packers, Green Bay Packers. But I know I'm in Chicagoland today, where a lot of people are Chicago Bears fans. That's a fun rivalry that's going on. And there we are off. Game number 8. That was Tristan Wilms. We also have Team Gratitude. That was Kai that led off on lane 31 with a nice strike after their 230, or just short of it. It was a 229 game. We'll have to reset lane 29. I think it was a 5-pin. There is Michael Pizzo. A little bit high, leaves the 4-7. Now there's 2 strikes. Kai was first and Mateo second there. Joss stepping up in 3rd position. All right, Luke Switalski, 5 strikes in a row between Mats, Gavin, Josh, and Luke entering the 6th frame. As we come close to our final game, want to say a shout out and thank you again to our sponsors, and that is Dexter, H5G Brands, Storm Products, Turbo 2-in-1 Grips, Bullstream TV, Bow Dry Enterprises, Fast Track Physio, and Gail Voschel. All right, Gavin Murray strikes in the 7th frame. And here we are. front seven. Let's turn it to Mats Thunberg. All right, that connects in the 8th frame for Mats. And the pressure is mounting. Foundation frame. And it will be Luke Switalski. Multiple time EYT champion. Somewhere in the teens, I believe, is his title count. A very successful bowler. We've seen Luke with great success at the Youth Open Championships, as well as Junior Gold, PBA Regionals, and other youth events throughout the entire country. Luke is off to a very good start to his young career, and let's see, foundation frame. Pressure is on with the whole team behind him. And that was leaked a little too far to the right and just didn't have enough energy to come back, and Luke leaves the 2-8-10. Good effort to cover that spare, but he gets 2. So Josh, if he strikes out, can shoot 265. Oh, Nehemiah, just enough power to make that pin fall. And coming away with the strike is Nolan Parks. That's 2 strikes in a row between JJ and Nolan. Up next will be Liam Pierce. There's Emmett, connects on his double. Some teams are updated in bowl metrics through 7 games, and we have a few that are still waiting to be updated. And as requested, Josh with a double in his 10th frame, looking to add 1 more strike for 265. Oh, almost a spare there from Trisden. 5 count spare, almost covered it. Michael has a chance here, slide it over, touch the 7 and almost knocked it over. Really good effort. That's exactly where you wanted it on that 6 split. Gets 3, and the other pin that was standing was touched, just didn't fall over. So 265 for Luke, Mats, Gavin, and Josh, and they will move out of the picture on to lane 33. Josh, Tyler, Kai, and Mateo with the strike can shoot 227. And there was the fill ball from Nehemiah, Caleb, Emmett, and Trisden for 190. And just like that, we are moving into our final qualifying game of our Team Cup, game number 9. We still have to enter our Phantom 10th game. For those of you just joining, the Phantom game takes the first frame of the 10th frame, and the corresponding game goes into the Phantom frame. So there are 9 games of qualifying. In the first game of qualifying, whatever your score was in the first of the 10th, if it was a strike, then your first frame is a strike. In game 2, in the 10th frame, if the team went 9 spare, the second frame of the Phantom game is 9 spare, and so on and so forth. Every team gets an automatic 3 strikes in the 10th frame. So if for any chance, every 10th frame, a team threw 1 strike in the first ball of the 10th frame, they can shoot 300 in that Phantom game. Or if they opened every 10th frame, then all of their frames in the Phantom games would be opens. So it's an interesting format that I really enjoy, because we don't know what it is until they turn the score sheet in. It could be in the 100s, it could be in the 200s, and that could help a team make the cut. So stay tuned, keep an eye on ball metrics. Shauna Yelton is watching from Vegas. JJ Yelton and his team of Michael, Liam, and Nolan on lane 31. And now we welcome in the NFL Elite team wearing replica jerseys of their favorite NFL team is Sebi Vetter, Miles Gordon, Eli Anaker, and Ridgely Potter Jr. All right, Sebi off to a strike. Lori, if you're still on, I am curious what team that Sebi is replicating with his jersey. I have a few guesses, but I'm not 100% confident. I know that Eli has Jacksonville Jaguars, Ridgely has the Miami Dolphins, and a messenger for Miles. Looks like Miles is the Cleveland Browns. And Sebi, I can't quite make out. Might be Buffalo. Lori says I have no idea. I'll ask Sebi on the side. I'll see what team he was trying to replicate there. Oh, look at this. 4 strikes in a row from Caleb, Emmett, Tristan, and Nehemiah. Let's see. 5 in a row. Nehemiah, let's keep it going. In our final game of qualifying, game 9. The legend himself has entered the building. Oh, 5 strikes in a row. If you notice the stream get any better, more clear, anything like that, it's because the great Emil Williams Jr. has blessed his presence. The streak ends at 6 in a row. We've got a split from Caleb here. Let's see if he can give it a run, try to make it. Gave it a good chance, almost came around to it. And Tristan brings him back on track with a strike of his own. Nehemiah looking to go out with a bang. Foundation frame. A few more strikes can get him up to 265. Mateo makes it 4 strikes in a row for Team Gratitude. And a pair of 5 pins on 30 and 31 are covered. So we've got some teams that are finished with game 9. I see a 255 over there with Team Fox Bowl. And that is 4 strikes in a row now for 5 strikes make it for Team Gratitude. They are finishing strong. Emmett with a single pin left, the 9 pin. Switches to a plastic ball, and look at that, spares it up beautifully. We're a little bit above pace on our live stream pair, moving a little bit quicker than the pairs down to the left. I see a couple teams just started their 9th game. And Emmett closes out 232. And a great game, an awesome way to close out their qualifying. Sebi's final shot of qualifying saws the 8 pin away. Almost saw it stand. And Team Gratitude just continues their strike train. Here's one more from Kai, and he gets it. Parks has a 6 pin, and we just saw Gordon. So the first ball in the 10th frame was a strike. So that team's 9th frame, in the foundation frame will be a strike in the Phantom game. We've got too many bowling balls on the rack here on 29 and 30. We'll have to offload some of those. And look at this, 257 with a strike from Kai in the fill ball. After spare opened spare, they went lights out. Just got word that Luke, Gavin, Mats, and Josh had 279 in their Phantom game. So that means during qualifying, they threw a strike in every first ball of the 10th frame except for one. and that was a 9 spare. And just as I was talking about earlier, that phantom game can really help, or it could really hurt a team depending on how their 10th frames go. And for the EYT Buds, 279, which was their highest qualifying game, ends up being the phantom game. So we've got a few more shots left on lane 31. And looking over to the left, we've got a few teams that are 5 frames into their final game. And once we have those scores entered in Bull Metrics, we'll be making our final cut. As a reminder, in the U18 division, we have 6 teams, and then we're taking the top 3. In the U15 division, a total of 9 teams, and we will have the top 4. So not too long after our final shots are thrown in qualifying, we will move on to our match play format. And we'll bring you all those details, and it will be live right here on 29 through 32 on our Elite Youth Tour stream.
Live test.
A little bit quiet.
Live test.
We're trying to bring in Emil here.
Still testing.
Starting to hear it a little bit more clear.
I see what you're saying, though. I think it's time for a new one, probably. It's time for a new one.
I was talking to Deandra about our live stream set here, and I think it was 5 or 6 years ago when we started. It would have been 5, right around 5. 2019, 2020 is when we started our first live stream set, and ever since then, we haven't made a lot of enhancements or upgrades, which I'm okay with because it makes it easier on my side. It's like clockwork when we come in. But I think I was talking to Emil on the side, and I think some of our equipment, it's time for some upgrading. And I think technology, you know, as it continues on, it just starts acting a little bit weird. And just like anything else, you want to get the newer version, get it upgraded.
Oh yeah, it's just a part of the evolution. It has served its purpose. It has served a good purpose. So since I can't be, I don't even know if I'm heard. Well, Lori can. If Lori can hear me, then we might be all right. I can hear you just fine.
Good. A little bit soft. A good question for me, and maybe for the viewers to learn something here. We have 2 headphones going on, and if you ever step into a live stream booth, you'll be able to hear yourself as you talk, which takes some getting used to. So that you can, you know, hear your volume and things like that. And then I can hear the partner here, and Emil, I can hear him on my ear as well. And this is the sound that the viewers can hear then, is what we can hear.
Generally speaking, yes, but you know, every now and then there might be a little bit of a static tingle, but it's probably related to the mixer itself, or sometimes you might hear the buzz if your phone's too close to the mixer.
Yeah, I always put them on opposite sides.
That part shouldn't come across something. It shouldn't.
Yeah. So that closes out. We had 170 from the team of Michael, Nolan, Liam, and JJ. We saw 255 from Team Gratitude. Our EYT champions in Tristan, Nehemiah, Caleb, and Emmett, go 232. And then our NFL elite team of Gordon, Sebi, Ridgely, and Eli finished with 211.
That's interesting. NFL elite.
All replica jerseys. I was able to make out Ridgely is the Miami Dolphins. We got Jacksonville Jaguars with Eli, which makes sense. They're both from Florida. And then
I admire his courage. For
yeah. And then I believe it's the Cleveland Browns. It was between the Chicago Bears and Cleveland Browns,
yeah,
but
that
it
was definitely Cleveland.
seems like Cleveland for Miles. But now on Sebi's, I couldn't figure it out, and Lori wasn't sure. Maybe it's the Buffalo Bills. A little bit of blue and red in there.
I might have to take a look at his closer.
I couldn't quite figure that out. I wanted to ask him afterwards. I was telling the everybody on the stream I would pick green and gold. Yeah.
I don't know if we could ever bowl together just for that reason.
You know, like the house divided signs, it would be team divided.
If we had to wear NFL replicas, I'm not sure I could actually shoe up Riley because our allegiances don't align whatsoever. Although your team is way better
Present day.
historically.
And
right.
historic. You're right. I guess you're right.
I mean,
Historically,
the last couple of decades. for
and
sure.
yeah, the last couple of seasons, Packers definitely have the Bears number.
So what's been the? Give me a little bit of a recap, if you don't mind. I wasn't here yesterday. I saw some champions. Wasn't here yesterday, and then I'm here getting a chance to sit in with some finals action. But what's the story so far today?
Yeah. So today was another awesome Bowlapalooza day, and we called today the EYT Team Cup. So we had teams of 4, 15 in total, and it was Baker style. Right, so every bowler will bowl one individual frame, finish the frame, and then it moves on to their teammates. So we bowled 9 games of qualifying. Today was on a roughly 6.5 to 1 ratio pattern. It was the 2023 Youth Open. So similar to how USBC Adult has the Open Championships, the youth side also has the Open Championships. So we like to use that pattern. It's a little bit easier on paper, quote-unquote easier on paper, than our normal tournaments, and we like to have a little bit more fun here. We want to see a little more striking in a team event. It's just, I think, a lot more fun. I was getting some comments from the team, from the stream. They were having a lot of fun watching fast-paced bowling. So 9 games of qualifying on that pattern, 38 feet, here at Strike and Spare 2. Quick paced, we just finished up, and the Phantom game. We saw the EYT buds have 279 in the Phantom game. And how that works is in the first game, the first ball of your 10th frame counts as the first frame of the Phantom game. So if in game number 1 you throw a strike in the 10th frame, that is a strike in the first frame. Game number 2, there's a 9 spare. That is a 9 spare in the second frame of the Phantom game. We're taking the top 4 in U15 and the top 3, let's make sure, and the top 3 in U18 divisions. And then we'll have them here on the live stream for the exciting match play format. That's where we stand after 9 games at the Team Cup today.
It's been a few years since I've actually been able to be a part of the Team Cup, or the Bowlapalooza actually at all. I think I was here the first year we decided to do it, and then scheduling conflicts always happen.
It's always a lot of fun, a lot of energy with team bowling.
Yeah,
it's
I
just a
remember
different
the Team
feel.
Cup specifically.
Yeah.
That's just, well, as soon as I walked in, well, first of all, I was expecting y'all to be on the low end. And so I parked on the low end. And I was like, oh, shoot, I got to make this walk.
First time on the high end for us. Actually not bad for the stream. There's outlets right behind us and internet connection. But good for Strike and Spare. They've got a big party down there taking up 10 lanes. So that's good to see in the bowling world. I forgot to mention beforehand, when we opened up before practice, we like to have our tournament within a tournament, the best ball.
Right.
So we started where every bowler had to get 7 or more. If you don't, then you're eliminated. And then it went to 8, went to 9, and then strikes. And we were down to 4 bowlers, and they just kept throwing strikes after strike. So we said, Deandra said, opposite hand. If you're a 2-hander, you have to use the opposite hand. And I got what a great start to the day. I got so much joy and laughter out of that. Joss ended up winning, and he's a 2-hander righty bowler.
Right.
So he didn't really know what to do. He almost didn't even know how to walk with the ball in his left hand. And he shoveled it from about his waist and just shoveled it and just pushed it, almost like he was pushing it off of a table. And I swear that thing went 8 miles an hour. Dead straight down the middle. And somehow all the pins just fall on top of each other and he throws a strike.
That's great.
So he won the tournament within a tournament roll-off.
That's fantastic. What's our schedule? What else we got going on? Raffle today too?
Yeah, we have a raffle. So we'll be giving away a Storm Products ball of choice and a pair of Dexter bowling shoes.
Nice.
Shout out to Dexter and Storm for their support on that. Raffles nowadays, we've upgraded it where we can take cash or we can go online and take credit cards as well. Makes everything a lot easier and quicker, smoother when we do the raffle.
Which team so far, Riley, look to be making or have made runs probably to the stepladder finals today?
So it looks like it's still going to be close in the 4th and 5th place positions here for the U15, but we saw NFL Elite led by Sebi and others. We have Team 10 in the pit. I didn't see who was on that team, but they were averaged over 200. And then the final team that is most likely in the cut here is Barbarians, and I believe that is, I saw their team.
It's a great team name.
They were. It's not Will, Zane, Maya, and Peterson. Their team is, I think they're in U18, and they're Maya and the Strikers, I believe. So I can't remember who the Barbarians were. I remember scanning their score sheet. In the U18 division, Team Gratitude had a strong finish, but I'm not sure if it was enough to catch EYT Buds. So EYT Buds is Luke, Josh, Gavin, and Mats. And they had a huge phantom game, so I don't think Gratitude will catch them. But Gratitude with Joss and others will be moving on. And then it looks like Maya and the Minions looks like they're going to sneak out and make 3rd place if the scores are correct here. Gateway all the way, I believe that's Donald and the team coming in from St. Louis, went plus 93. Maya and the Minions are at plus 109.
They had I was talking to my guy Quentin, who is the father of Caden Clark on the Gateway All the Way squad. I haven't seen him in a few years, and he was saying that they had a phantom game of, I think they were working on 269.
And if that's not in here
which
yet,
could come into play.
let's see, we can expand this. Game 10, Gateway all the way. It is in there as a 244.
So probably changed this last game here.
Yeah. Wonder if they had that would, they could have spared or opened in that 10th frame. So let's take a look at some of these numbers in the Phantom game. So game 10, EYT Buds had 279. Team Gratitude had 196. The 3rd and 4th place teams, Maya and the Minions and Gateway all the way, both had 244. And then we had 179 from Two Hands Needed and 189 from Stellar Stardust Strikers. If we look at U15, look at these scores, some big ones. NFL Elite also with a 279. 10 in the pit with 258. 209 for the Barbarians, 210 Wii Sports Elite. That's a fun name. 205 for the twos, and then a few 190s, 170s, 180s for the teams 6th through 9th. Some pretty big 10th games. 279, 258, 240s. That's clutch bowling in the 10th frame.
That's fun too. We should have an adult version of this.
There used to be one. This is where some of the ideas kind of started. Shout out to Mr. Pearson up in the Milwaukee area. He holds Pearson Reaper tournaments is the name of his.
Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. He holds, it's the name of his tour, Pearson Reaper tournaments. And he held one with the team event, Phantom game, similar concept.
This was your idea, right?
Yeah,
The Phantom
yeah,
game? Right.
yeah. And that was 3, maybe 4 years ago when he had that event. And I haven't seen it happen since then. But I bowled with my wife Megan, Vince Biondo, and we ended up winning that event, actually, which was really fun. Don Anderson was on the team. But there should be more of it. I haven't seen anything like it since then.
So it looks like we're cutting to 4 in U15 or U18. Which one is it?
U15 has 4.
and U12. Or no, I'm sorry, U18.
Yeah, we have 2 divisions today, with the number of teams just combining helps us with the cut line and proper payouts and things like that. In this U18 division, the top 3, third and fourth, they were battling between each other all day. Maya and the Minions and Gateway all the way. Through the first 3 games, they kept flip-flopping their scores really close together. Then Maya and the Minions started to pull away a little bit. Then Gateway all the way came back. And then through the last 4 games is really where Maya and the Minions didn't make up a lot of ground, but it was enough. Looks like roughly 50 pins or so were made up in the last 3 games. At the end of the day, that's not a lot. And right now it's a 16-pin difference between third and fourth.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough, but it's great bowling nonetheless, and really it should be that way, right? Especially in this environment, you put really good teams together. You would anticipate going back and forth with whatever team it is to make sure you advance to the number. Obviously, sometimes you do, and then sometimes you don't, but you have fun along the way.
Mm-hmm. So if everything is consistent with how we take a short break in our normal tournament, I believe it will be that way. I'd expect maybe 15, 20 minutes tops when we start practice for match play.
Yeah, probably about 11:45.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Actually, they've been done for a little bit, so it might actually
Maybe
be
even
earlier.
sooner. We haven't done the raffle yet.
No,
All right, we'll do 11:40.
but I feel it's on the way.
Yeah, we'll give ourselves 18 minutes. So we're going to grab a drink of water, maybe a little snack. And until then, stick around. We're going to keep this stream going. We're expecting about 20 minutes, give or take, and then we'll be back for our match play portion. Once again, I'm Riley Smith. It's been a pleasure so far, but don't go anywhere as the most exciting part of the day is yet to come. Shout out to Dexter, H5G Brands, Storm Products, Turbo 2-in-1 Grips, Bullstream TV and the great Emil Williams Jr., Fast Track Physio, Paul Schroeder, Bull Dry Enterprises, and Gail Volschel. The staff here at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois, always doing a great job for us. This has been a production of the Elite Youth Tour Bullstream TV. Once again, Riley Smith here, and we'll be back in approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Don't miss it. Most exciting part of the day is coming up. Still good morning in Central Standard Time in the West Coast, but good afternoon on the East Coast. Riley Smith with Emil Williams Jr. back live, Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois. This is the match play portion and the most exciting part of the day of our Bowlapalooza Team Cup 4-person Baker style format. Standings are official within Bowl Metrics. We'll go through that. We'll get you set up with the format and what to expect as our bowlers are completing their 2 shots of practice on their starting lanes. Before we get there, a special shout out and always a big thank you to all of our sponsors and supporters, including Dexter, H5G Brands, Storm Products, Turbo 2-in-1 Grips, Bowlstream TV, Bowl Dry Enterprises, Fast Track Physio and Paul Schroeder, and Gail Voschel. Turning over to Bowl Metrics, again, that link is pinned in the comments. In our U15 division, the top 4 teams are official with a 229, almost 230 average is Team NFL Elite. And they are receiving a bye. They are down a few lanes away from us, getting some practice shots. Second place team is 10 in the pit. They averaged 209. Barbarians in third place with a 206 average. And the final cut line, 3 pins into the cut, is Wii Sports Elite with a 192, 193 average. The 2s were just 3 pins away. Our U18 division, the top 3 teams. Since the last time we spoke, it hasn't changed. First place, EYT Buds, 223 average. And second, Gratitude with a 218 average. And third place, Maya and the Minions. It's a fun name. 210 average. Gateway all the way with a good run at it. Average 209 and just 16 pins away from the cut.
I gotta tell you, Riley, over on 31 and 32, I'm not sure, and I bet I have seen Tristan Lux before, but I'm not sure I noticed how tall he really was. And maybe because he's standing next to Dawson, who is tall, right? I think Tristan might be as tall as me.
He's up there. Definitely the tallest competitor here today. And it's also exciting to see Tristan and Vince, Byron and Liam making their cut today. We saw Tristan on the live stream with his team, and I think it's exciting. It's fun to see a few new faces getting a chance at a title here today, and definitely the tallest bowler in our field today.
I know he gets all kind of questions all the time about what sport he plays, and he may play multiple. I don't know, but I'm just assuming that.
The classic, you're really tall. Do you play basketball?
And wasn't even that tall by all things considered, but that's the number 1 question that I receive. People were almost disappointed when I didn't say basketball.
Yeah. Well, why not?
They'd be like, well,
You could be so good.
Yeah, bowling, it's great. Like, there's so many things you can do. And then I start talking about it. But bowling is a sport to me where you got to be able, you do have to see it. You have to see this type of action, these type of young people, this level of talent. You have to see it in person or online. You know, what we do is great, obviously. But every now and then, sometimes you got to convince people they need to really see it. So, folks out there, every now and then, hey, just invite somebody, invite a friend, or if you know any non-believers in our sport, tell them to come on out to a tournament with you and watch your son or daughter, or go bowl league with you.
Really good point. For the format coming up here, do you have a good understanding of what the format is here?
Outside of the kind of a traditional step ladder, I believe. I don't think I do.
I think that's it.
It's a traditional. I asked Rochelle this morning. I was actually on a plane on my flight this morning.
And that's how you sent in
creating lower thirds.
the lower thirds. Well, thank you for that effort.
Oh,
Emil does a great job for our viewers here. The lower third is what we call it here. Awesome. Got the logo. We got the description of the event, sponsors in there.
I was going to do it yesterday, then I tied up with the tournament I was doing, and so I was at the regional showdown in Florida for the PWGA, and I was like, oh, Riley's going to need these in the morning. And then I was like, well, I don't remember how many games Team Cup. So I had to hop online during the flight.
I appreciate
and
that.
I asked Rochelle how many games we were bowling.
Thank
what
you.
the format was for the finals. And I didn't know, or she hadn't responded yet. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna run out of internet. And she got back to me. But I'd already sent you, or was going to send you a bracket style, one that just said bracket and one that just said eliminator.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, those are the two probably, but I would have been off because
It turned out to be step ladder.
which is great. I'm very much looking forward to that. But to sum it up, yeah, pretty sure it's a step ladder. I'm going to assume it's one game, but we'll get the
Best 2 out of 3.
Oh, nice. Oh, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, we've got some good action coming towards us. So we've got Gratitude versus Maya and the Minions on 29 and 30. And then let's get the team names over here. It will be Wii Sports Elite versus Barbarians. And that is on 31 and 32.
Well, I would be concerned about bowling Wii Sports Elite on the Wii.
Yes.
That lets me know that they're strong on Wii. So
They know the cheat code. There's
all
a
of our
certain
Wii Sports
release
out
and a certain angle a lot of people can figure out with Wii bowling where they just strike every single time.
right.
I'm not one of those people. I'm better in real life bowling than Wii bowling. So that's our matches in the first round, and it is a step ladder. So the best 2 games out of 3, whoever wins those 2 games will move on and face the team ahead of them with a bye. So next up in the U15 division will be Team 10 in the pit. Next up in U18 division will be the finals, and they'll go up against the EYT Buds.
The lineups with 4 players. The bowler number 2 is the anchor player,
Correct.
correct?
So we're still same format as qualifying. We've got Baker style 4-person teams coming up, and we are going to get underway with Mr. Ian Kloss on lane 32.
It's a good squad they have. Ian, Dawson, Madden, and Eason. Boy, what a way to start.
And that's an 8-pin.
What a way to start. Much different single pin left. One that went Brooklyn, but the 9-pin did shake.
Oh, we'll have a score correction there.
That's got to be reset.
System thought that was a strike.
Yeah, it's got to be reset and changed.
Madden and Eason yesterday bowled very well in their double set. They ended up leading qualifying in their respective division. And today they team up with Dawson and Ian. Now we're underway as well on 29 and 30. Peterson starts off with a strike, as did lane 29, Team Gratitude. Eason Taylor, first strike in the second frame. So the bowler in the first frame will bowl frames 1, 5, and 9. Second bowler is in frames 2, 6, and 10. Third bowler is frames 3, 7, and the fourth bowler is frame 4 and 8. During qualifying, we asked our teams to rotate, so every bowler had a chance to be in every position. And now in match play portion, stepladder finals, teams can make up their own positions and own lineups, but once the game starts, you cannot change the lineup. You can change the lineup, however, after each game. Those online, let us know who you're cheering for. Best 2 out of 3. Whoever has the higher score in 2 of the 3 games will move on. So essentially, if things are going really poorly for a team in a particular game, maybe game 1 or game 2, if it's not going well, they can start to practice and try different bowling balls or different angles on the lane, because the total score of the 3 games does not matter. You just want to win the current game that you're in. You can lose 300 and you can shoot 100. You still have a chance in game number 2.
Well, we've seen that kind of thing happen. Team Gratitude has been at least 3 of those players for sure. All right, Joss, Mateo, and Kai have bowled in multiple events together a lot, and then you add Tyler to that. Well, it's pretty formidable.
Tyler and Kai bowled doubles yesterday. Ended up qualifying in 9th position, which was good enough to make the cut. And they went all the way to the finals. I'm trying to remember exactly who won yesterday.
I saw them with
It was the other Kai. Kai Evans and Christian LaQuarrie ended up beating Tyler and Kai in the finals. But they bowled fantastic. They did just enough to get into qualifying. And then Tyler and Kai here, they just settled into their own. One's a lefty, one's a righty. And they just kind of let each other do their things. They were both lined up and almost unstoppable, leading their run all the way through to the finals. And now they're partnered up, as you mentioned, with Mateo and Joss. And a very strong team they are. I'd expect the teams to get back on track here as the first half of the game is completed now. A little bit of first game jitters as it's match play time. We saw it yesterday too, actually, interestingly enough, in holiday doubles. Slower start in the first couple of games or frames of match play, and then everyone really just settled into it, and it was pocket shots, strikes, and 9 spares after that. Seeing some of the same now.
This feels like USA Bowling. Because most of these players, or a lot of them, have formed USA Bowling teams and have bowled in USA Bowling competition. Similar format, same number of players on the team. Actually, you can have like I think up to 5 or 6 on a roster at USA Bowling, but 4 are competing at the time in a game, and so it's very similar. And I think that's why we see a lot of players, just having fun and enjoying themselves, but they're comfortable with each other because they bowled with one another before.
That's a big advantage to have that camaraderie, just to know how the person acts and how they feel and what they look for. Also how they bowl, where they slide and where they like to play, their ball speed versus yours. Big advantage when it comes to team bowling.
Those are good shots. That was a really good shot there.
Double would have been nice there in the 7th and 8th frame from Byron. Did what he had to, an unfortunate break.
That's got a chance.
Quick reminder for everybody out there, we have a 38-foot pattern. We've already completed 9 games, so this is our 10th game of bowling. We've seen some transition, not drastic, but enough to where some of the bowlers are throwing different equipment than the start of the day, and they're entering different parts of the lane. Game 1 is always important in a 3-game match. Trying to take game 1 with a win means the other team would have to win 2 games in a row.
It'll be interesting on 29 and 30 because maybe there's a couple of tough shots or bad shots being thrown, but to be honest, the right lane looks a little iffy. And so once Gratitude gets on that lane, we'll see if there's any kind of difference.
That's a very good point. You see it a lot, very often, whether it's PBA or other events. When a team stays on one lane, you saw it in the PBA finals as well, the Elias Cup, PBA League.
Oh, yeah.
If a team was on, like, I think it was the right lane or whichever one it was, they had such a low winning percentage versus the other lane. And that could be the case here.
Yeah, and I believe at Bopo, the lanes that they do use, one of those lanes traditionally is just lower scoring.
And it's topography. It's just the lay of the boards on the lane. It can be just centimeters difference, not even centimeters, less than that, millimeters, whatever is less than that. That can play into the way a lane is high scoring or low scoring.
It's big spare. Big spare there for young Liam. All 4 represent Fox Bowl. And that was an even bigger strike for Ian Kloss there in frame 9. You just never quite know what can go down. And it's still not over.
I believe this forces Eason to stay clean. In this frame, 155 is the max. And with a spare here, would get them into 160. And if he were to miss, 160 goes down to 156.
Yeah, he's good. He needed 8.
He needed 8, got 8.
It was close to 6. And the non-makeable kind.
So game 1 goes to Team Gratitude on 29 and 30. I gotta remember these names. And Team Barbarians on 31 and 32. So interesting strategy that could be in play here for the teams that have won and the teams that have lost. For the teams that won, typically run it back, run the same lineup, keep doing what you're doing. For the teams that lost, depending how it went, maybe it was a good game and you'll stick with the same lineup, or maybe you've found a gap in the rotation. Maybe someone has to try a different bowling ball, and they can make an adjustment from there. Man, that is powerful. Tyler throwing two-handed today.
Talk about versatility. There's no drop off if he's throwing it one-handed or two-handed.
Yeah, it had me speechless. I don't know. Just, yeah, talk about versatility. If you were tuning in yesterday, just 24 hours ago, less than that, Tyler Williams was throwing it one-handed, traditional one-handed style. and bowled very well. As I mentioned, made it to the finals, and now today, electing to go two-handed.
You know, without being here and watching qualifying, you know, I can't say too much, right? Because I wasn't here to watch the ball. But depending on the pattern, it's a different pattern, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this pattern gives you a little bit more degree of area, right?
Yes.
Or margin for error, excuse me.
Yep.
And so I think might be just today for this pattern. Maybe he said, all right, I can get comfortable quicker. I know I can throw it right,
Mm-hmm.
and as long as I'm near my target down lane, probably going to strike.
That's where the power can take over.
And so, and then he can double off Joss
Mm-hmm.
as a fellow two-hander in that regard.
Yeah.
And just kind of follow and watch Joss and see what they're doing, and they can work together.
A lot of strategy behind bowling in various ways that really go unknown.
That's probably absolutely not what he was thinking at all. He probably just said, I'm just going to bowl two-handed today.
He could have been very simple with it. Why'd you choose that? Just because?
He probably said, yeah, I just wanted to bowl two-handed today.
All right, Maya with the spare on the board. So through
Good start.
3 frames, we have 3 spares. And after a split, a rare split, I'll say, from Kai, Team Gratitude is slightly behind Team Maya and the Minions.
Well, he's starting to hook.
It really is, and that's a characteristic of strike and spare. A lot of built-in friction on this surface. Ooh, he gassed that one really fast. Not too much faster than his previous shot. Still at 19 miles per hour with the rev rate, I don't know, close to 500, I would say. A lot of power going down the lane.
Well, right now on 29 and 30, it does look to be a tale of two lanes. Even though no one's striking at will, right? But right now, Maya and the Minions is doing a better job of leaving a much more makeable opportunity.
Yes. And we've got a string of strikes over here on 32. 4 in a row. As Liam steps up and crushes a pocket for 5 consecutive strikes. It gives a little bit of energy to it and some volume coming over there from Team Wii Sports Elite. Ooh, unforced error with a missed 10 pin. And if Vince can continue the strike train here, there's a really good chance that we have a game 3 on 31 and 32. Ooh. High on the head pin, a 6-count split. Lori, good question. Do they switch lanes after each game? Sorry, we missed that a few minutes ago. The answer is yes. As you may have seen and noticed, we will switch lanes, and then the higher seed will have lane choice if their match goes into a 3rd game. And that's where some strategy definitely comes into play. As the higher seed, you can choose what you think is the higher scoring lane and put your opponent on the more difficult one.
Seeding always comes into play. Solid professional game being bowled on 29 at the moment.
And this is a great example of how to win some matches. They struggled on the first game. And like you mentioned, they're not mowing them over. They're not crushing this game with all strikes right now. They are making their spares as needed. And hopefully Maya can do the same here, as making all these spares has kept him in the lead through 6 frames.
No strikes, but they got to be careful though, right? Because Gratitude still's got that striking ability. Big spare.
And a good spare there.
It looks like there's a little bit of carry down. All right, and I know there's been probably some urethane.
There was at the start.
But it for a couple of shots that look really good, if you don't get it to the friction in the right spot, you see those bucket leaves, the 2-4
Yeah.
leaves.
Just not having the same back end in that last maybe 20 or so feet, it starts to straighten out instead of go through the pins.
Oh, big shot there for Will Hudson. Uh-oh, and all of a sudden, big shot there from Kloss on 31, and they're going to make Tristan here double.
Yeah, they can shoot 192 over here on 31. And the Messenger almost knocks the 10 over. So Eason, with that delivery, Eason has a chance here to win. He needs the first 2 strikes and count on the fill. Delivers the first one. Oh, unfortunate break from Zane. He hits the pocket, and it's a 5-7 that is left.
That's what I was just talking about.
You see it straighten out there.
That's what I was just talking about.
Wow. And in the 10th frame, Mateo leaves a 10-pin. So Mateo and team can get to a 174. Let's see what Zane does here. Get to the right side of the 5-pin, and it will slide over to the left and take out the 7. A little too heavy on it, takes 1. Meanwhile, Eason, Taylor, clutch double and a clutch string of strikes with the 8th and 9th frame, setting him up with the opportunity. A strike gives him 192. And their opponents have 188. In this position here, stick with your same shot. Go through your pre-shot routine and make a good delivery. Boom.
Threw his best one on the fill. Meanwhile, Mr. Peterson. That was a huge shot there. Gives himself some breathing room, if you will.
Wow. What a comeback over here on 31 and 32. So congrats to Wii Sports Elite for making the cut. Really good effort here. And to the Barbarians moving on to the semifinals.
That was a good match.
All right.
All you needed right there.
That's how you win some matches right there. That takes me back to my college bowling days when spares win
Great
championships.
Great point, because you know I can relate to that. Plenty of Baker games won just like that.
They threw 2 strikes. You know, the other team here, Gratitude, let me count them here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 6 strikes in one game. They were not connected together. Team Maya and the Minions, 2 strikes in this game. But the rest were spares, and they win by a mere 5 pins. Game 3.
This pair is very interesting. If I had to choose a pair to bowl on right now, it looks like 31 and 32 is the better of the 2. I think a part of what we're seeing on 29 and 30 is rev rate and urethane. As you mentioned, this is already 9 games bowled, certainly some transition, and there is carry there. And ring 10s, that one might have just been a little quick, and I'm saying quick meaning it just didn't have that extra millisecond to make a continuous drive through the pins.
Great observation there, and we are off and running, so the Team Gratitude, as expected, bowling on the left game for Game 3. The winner of this game will move on into the finals.
I think Zane trying to figure something out, right? I think I forgot what he was throwing. I wasn't sure if it was urethane that he threw when he left the 5-7. But this ball, the first ball he threw, looked like it was reactive.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm thinking, if I'm him, right, I probably thought the same thing. I'm going to switch to reactive. This should make the corner for me. And then
it just backed up.
What are we doing?
It just flattened out and didn't make the same corner. Yeah, it's a really good observation. A lot of bowlers did start with urethane. And to be honest, based on if I were bowling today, urethane would not have been my first choice. But just definitely a different day and age. A lot of bowlers do like to throw urethane. And that is going to determine how lanes break down. With reactive, you'll see the lanes break down and create more angle and a lot more finishing in the pocket. Urethane pushes the oil down, and as we're seeing, straightens the ball out.
That was a great shot. Mr. Peterson. That shot and Joss's shot were just dead perfect.
They're keeping
Dead
their
perfect.
angles a little bit tighter, and that kind of fallback that happens allows it to still stay in the pocket, have enough drive to get through and carry out any 10 pins.
Maya's kind of in between, I think, right where she could probably make a little move left. And she was throwing something like a black venom, I think. But this was during practice. But she had move left, was kind of making that move. Oh my goodness.
Dang.
Hi Struthers, what a shot. But she can't get too far left, right? Because then she might be in a situation where her ball may not recover. But I think her ball speed actually in this case might be in her favor to be able to make a big jump left and trust it.
That's a good point. You can create hold with ball speed in a lot of situations, and right now is one of those cases. A higher ball speed will allow the ball right now in this pattern to stay on track longer down the lane. Slower ball speed is going to grab the lane a little bit earlier. So we like to say in the bowling terms, create hold with ball speed. All right, he gets a mixer in the 4th frame. Big strike here. And a big frame here in the 5th frame. So far, no doubles from Team Maya and the Minions. For them to come back, since they had an open early, they're going to need to connect on 2, 3, or more strikes in a row. It starts here with Zane. 5th frame.
Over on the right side, what you're seeing is practice for the top seed. Great shot. That was a really good shot from Zane. He's getting closer, leaves a 4-pin. He just wanted a break.
Oh, I didn't even hear it.
He just wants a break. I like Zane's fire. Really like his intensity.
He'll have one more shot in the 9th frame as a leadoff bowler.
Only down by a couple pins, but Joss has figured it out.
Peterson.
Just a subtle kind of notch down on being softer. I think helped Josh a ton. Oh, that's got a hook.
Ooh, Peterson has been solid all day as well. Steady bowler for them throughout qualifying. We saw him on the live stream, and that one got away from him. There's hook out there. It's an easier pattern as we talked about on paper. They're still out of bounds though.
This feels like a must-have. Wow.
Team Gratitude has a chance here to really pull away, working on 2 strikes in a row. Oh, and not so fast here. A rare mistake there from Kai. Hard to see what may have happened from this angle.
Yeah, it was definitely left.
Left?
Whether it was just a miss or something else, that is difficult to tell, but it did look left. It didn't look that bad, though, for it not to hook.
Yeah, it's interesting. Always, and it's hard, like I said, for bowling, it's so hard with the naked eye. It could have been something with his release, but it always looks so similar from back here Yeah, it's hard to tell. Maybe he didn't hit it as hard.
Maya left a 4-pin, and she went back to that black minimum I was talking about earlier that I watched her throw in practice, and kind of made that move left.
Good move. Just a little bit deeper on the next shot would have been it.
This one's not over, though. Maya got to make the spare, and then, Mr. Hudson will have another chance. Hudson, Shock, and C. Peterson. Still not over.
Oh, weird hit. Leaves the 8-pin.
Wow. Hey, that's a break for Will Hudson and company, Maya and the Minions. Every shot here is now a must strike.
There's one.
Important for Zane to not be too overhyped here.
Oh, I thought that was a miss.
I
That was
thought it was too.
really close to the gutter. Came back and spared.
Important for Zane to just stay within himself here. He's been close. No, he wants this one really bad.
Made a little adjustment, got a little bit further left, got some air underneath it, gets a mixer.
It's the one he wasn't sure about is the one that strikes.
Welcome to bowling.
Well, that was big. And now the table is set for Joss.
Best that we can see here from Peterson with a strikeout would be 193.
Joss received 7 on 2 shots.
Yep.
And that'll do it. Great run.
Lane 30.
Great run. Yeah, that right lane ultimately was the difference.
Joss is locked in. We've seen this often with Joss, the part of the lane that he's in, the demeanor that he has right now, the confidence, the calmness, etc. This is prime Joss in his element.
It's a good run. Good team. Nice bowling from Maya and the Minions. All right, the U15 division underway. Best 2 out of 3 championship.
Semifinals here.
Oh, excuse me, semifinals. Beg your pardon. Oh yeah, you're right. I was wondering why there were 2 more teams down there warming up.
Yep, we will have.
I was like, one has 4,
Yeah.
or we advance 4 in one division and 3 in another.
So coming in for U18, that will face Team Gratitude, is the EYT Buds. You'll see in a moment. It will be Luke Switalski, Gavin Murray, Matt Stoonberg, and Josh Sachs. In the U15 division, awaiting the winner of our match on 31 and 32 is NFL Elite, Ridgely Potter Jr., Eli Anaker, Sebi Vetter, and Miles Gordon. Some good matches to unfold in front of us, but the team that has come in on lane 32, we've got Lucas Drisdell, Kennedy Spears, Jade Mazinis, and Jessica Pivas. They were the second place qualifiers. And they're bowling the winners of the previous match, as mentioned, Easton Taylor, Madden Asbaddy, Ian Kloss, and Dawson Cole. There's 4 pins around that 10 pin. Almost like a barricade to hold it up instead of knock it down.
Cole. A lot of rev rate about to take place on 29 and 30, Riley.
Yeah. If
Between
you
the
thought
two
there was a
teams.
lot of rev rate the previous match, there's more this match. I wonder too if any of these guys coming in between Luke, Matz, Josh, and Gavin had an inkling or know that the left lane is better so far than the right lane.
Well, I can't say that they weren't watching, but they're smart enough to know just from a few shots what each lane is doing, and that's the beauty of our youth bowling today, right? The IQ of our players these days is very high, so it only takes them a few shots to kind of really settle in on, all right, this lane is doing this, or at least they'll tell each other, I have this lane doing this, and I have the left lane doing that.
Yeah.
And then they compare and contrast and figure out what's best. They're tricky, though. That pair's tricky. Good shot.
Good shot, Kennedy. She is the leadoff bowler, so the first, fifth, and ninth frame. We'll see Kennedy one more time on 32.
I tell you, if I was here this morning, Riley, I would have picked that team as a sleeper without a doubt. Without a doubt. Jade, Kennedy,
Jessica, Lucas.
thank you, and Lucas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice combination, actually, of players who do a lot of different things as well. You know, you can get a little hook. If you need to hook it, you got Lucas there to do that. Kennedy's got a little bit of a rev rate developing as well, and then you got Jade, Jessica. They can play them straight. All of them typically very good spare shooters. That's a really good combination for winning.
Looks like they're having a lot of fun together. They've got some handshakes.
See,
that's going on after spares and strikes.
That's really what it's about. And we all could learn or take a lesson from that. Josh Sachs got the big wheel out.
He's comfortable with that.
He's got the big wheel.
And they just keep hitting the pocket over there on 32.
Just got to keep it in play. Always give yourself a chance when you do that.
All right. Biggest thing I've seen from Madden over the last couple of months and really this season of the EYT is his accuracy. He's getting more powerful in rev rate, ball speed, but really is what I've seen is the accuracy. Throwing a straight spare ball at a 2-pin, for example. Previous frame he had a 10-pin, good spare there, and even on his strike balls, just online, more accurate, biggest improvement that I've seen.
Good shot for Dawson in a 4-pin match.
Another 9 count in the 8th frame, 6-pin this time. Buries a strike in the foundation frame was Ian Kloss. So 2 strikes heading into the 10th. I want to ask for some predictions or what to watch for in our match upcoming on 29 and 30, but I want to finish out the 9th and 10th frame here, as that's a turkey for Easton and the squad.
Whoa.
Good strike from Kennedy.
Hey. Easton's got to have it here to shut them out.
Oh, and that he's going to lose some count there, so With that, the max score is a 209 with that 6 count. Lucas with a chance.
Needs a double.
Delivers the first. Lucas with a chance to do what Eason did just 1 game ago.
The count is serious. That's a good make.
That's a hard spare. Must strike in this situation for Lucas Drisdell.
That young man can win a state title. And I'm not just saying it because he attends Lane Tech, which is my alma mater. But I believe his ability, he could win a state championship.
Yeah.
He could lead his team to one, and he could win an individual state title.
And he's, I don't know his exact age. I know he's young. Maybe 13, 14? U15 division?
Oh, you're right. Yes. So
Yeah.
probably
Impressive.
going into a sophomore year. That's my guess. Or he's probably a sophomore. His birthday is probably next year.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Crazy comeback right there. But again, we were talking about they're just keeping it in play. A lot of 9 counts, makeable spares. 216, 209. And we are off and running with 5 strikes and 5 frames between these two guys, or these two teams. And I want to get your early thoughts, what to look for on 29 and 30.
Well, the first thing I was thinking of was with our opening match, right? The lanes looked very different. There definitely tended to be, or looked to be, some carry down that both teams went through. Obviously, Gratitude, I think, utilized their touch just a little bit better, but on cue, you see Mateo, which looked like a pretty good shot, at least 2, 4, 5. I think there's a spot down lane, which is near the head pin, unfortunately. And I think it's who can either go around that spot or you can kind of be inside of it. And if you're going to be inside of it, I think you got to be soft. If you try to go around it, I think you got to be careful not to get the ball right early. I think that's the 2 keys there. The other kind of key within the key, if you will, I saw Mats Thunberg throw a backup ball with urethane on the left lane, or on the left side of the lane. Now, I don't know if he will just utilize that as a strategy for striking, or how many times he actually threw that. But if he was going to do it the whole time, that would actually affect or potentially affect what Kai is doing.
That is true.
So sometimes in team bowling, it really does get strategic.
Yeah.
And so if somebody listen, oh no, he's not doing that. I'm not saying he is, but when I saw him do it, I was like, well, it wouldn't be a bad idea. If it was me, I would keep that in mind.
Yeah.
He's also very good, and so I think having a backup 2-handed ball is in his repertoire, as most 2-handed righties now know how to go 2-handed lefty in that sense.
So many do.
And just like that, early 3-bagger. What's the team name of Jay, Jessica, Kennedy, and Lucas again?
10 in the pit.
10 in the pit. Well, they're doing just that. The namesake is right on point.
They have put 10 in the pit 4 times in a row as they carry the momentum from the previous game with a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series.
Wouldn't shock me if we see maybe Luke make another arrow jump left. He came back, and I heard him say he threw that good.
Yeah, coming up high on the head pin like that with his type of power, an arrow could be correct. An arrow will be 5 boards. Definitely possible. Maybe a 3-board move if you have a lower rev rate, but 5, 6 or so, not out of the ordinary with the type of power that he has.
That's a good shot from Joss. Oh, let's go. Boy, they're trying to get home for lunch.
Yeah, through 5 frames here, they are really keeping keeping their foot on the gas. Trying not to give any chance of an opening is Lucas. a little bit high, leaves a stone 9-pin. Might be time for him to make a small move to the left as well. Oh, Gavin with the second split of the game. Similar one as well. He had the 4-7-10. This time it's the 4-10.
I think he likes the right lane better. I didn't see him miss on the right lane at all.
That's a good point. So in this position, still a tight match. Really anything can happen. And you're on a strike, so every pin counts. It's important to get at least one, because one turns into two based on bowling math here. Let's see what he decides to do. Goes for the 10-pin, grabs one.
213 max. Red squad. Meanwhile, 10 in the pit. After the front 5, 9 spare. Now
That's a 6 count. We're getting that corrected.
it's a very difficult.
Looks like is that the 9-pin that
actually might be better for the
moved
3-6.
back?
Maybe no, maybe not.
Looked to get just to the right of the 3-pin.
Oh, she spared the heck out of that.
Oh, great shot.
That
Off
was
her hand.
That was absolutely perfect.
I'm going to stand up, and I'm doing too much dancing left and right trying to watch all these shots. I'm going to get a better view from up here. Ooh, might have been an overcorrection. We talked about the move that had to be made. It's always a guess whether to move or not move, and sometimes you make the right guess and sometimes it's the wrong. But in the 10th frame, unfortunate time to do that.
I just want to be as talented as Tyler. I just want to be able to toggle back and forth. It's like, you create a player in a video game and you set the attributes. And then Tyler, one-handed, he's got attributes. Two-handed, he's got attributes. And most of them are the same, but you can just go back and forth at will. That's impressive.
.216 max for Eason, Kloss, Cole, and Madden. But Kennedy and team are in the driver's seat at this point. Stay clean here. She does so. And that puts them at 2:05 before the 10th frame is bowled. And with that 6-pin that was left, it is official.
Indeed.
That 10 in the pit with Lucas, Jade, Jessica, and Kennedy have gone 2-0 in the semifinal match, and will bowl against NFL Elite for the championship in the next game.
And they're going to go 2-30 in these two games. So I know NFL Elite, obviously, they're going to be very good. They are very good. You got to make sure you come over and essentially respect that squad.
Yes, respect it. That's a really good point.
Respect that squad. You don't kind of want to overlook them. They clearly had what it took all day and then put it together in match play even more. Sometimes simple is just better.
234 to win the match as well. 234 over here for Team Gratitude. 181 for EYT. I'm forgetting the second part of their name. EYT Elite? No. Is that Elite? Bull Metrics isn't refreshing for me. EYT Buds, that's what it was. Ooh.
Thunberg did go to the backup ball.
Big four to start. And they have mats in the 9th frame position.
Hey, Brian Ray. Lucas is on 10 in the pit, who just won 2-0. They are moving into the U15 title match over on 31 and 32. So Lucas, Kennedy, Jessica, and Jay about to go for the U15 title.
Ball change for Luke Switolski. Lane 30. That worked. Messenger in front of the 10 pin. Big double after the open frame.
This is the championship on the line here, U18.
That's correct, yep. Also the championship on 31 and 32 after practice shots are delivered.
Do we know how many they get?
I believe it's 2 on each lane. Whoa. You mentioned don't get it right too fast. And that was an example. Right off the hand and doesn't have a chance to see the lane.
I still think he likes the right lane better, just based on practice. And so we can make this spare. Be okay. Just settle down into it a little bit.
Yep. Spares are important. And now a difficult one over here for Mateo. This is a sleeper split. The 3-9-10. Looks like he's switching to a plastic ball. He'll have to get just to the right side of the 3-pin. Oh. And it didn't get the deflection that he was looking for.
Yeah, that was
Takes
really
2.
It kind of hooked.
It did.
That's interesting. I thought that was made. I gotta give them some love on their jersey choices. I saw Joss and Kai's jerseys too. What, candy canes and such yesterday?
Yes. They do take the title for best dressed over the 2 days.
They're styling. Definitely came prepared for the theme.
Oh.
They didn't miss that memo.
Getting a little bit, the scores are looking a little bit sloppy. Not saying that the bowlers are getting sloppy, but the breakdown has definitely caused some issues here. Lanes transition after every shot, and they're trying to figure it out. Luke's got it with 2 strikes in his 2 frames.
Someone said hit a tree. I don't think that ball had no corals. return into the pocket. Like I was not concerned at all about that hook. And it's just because of Josh's touch.
Ooh, that I got concerns about that one. 2-8 sleeper.
They're still in it. Josh came back and said, my bad. He wasn't his best shot. He acknowledged that. Just got to go out and tack the spare. It's just a six-pin game. And so,
Yeah, after all this,
yeah, they
it
just
seems like
gotta
we've been
relax.
to the mountains and back.
It feels like, Gratitude's up by 40 pins, right? And I feel like they feel like that,
Yeah.
right? But in reality, it's a six-pin game with 3 frames left and 3 very good bowlers still to bowl. That's how they got to look at it. I know it's hard to do, obviously, in the moment. We've all been there.
And that is the first ball of our finals match between 10 in the pit and NFL Elite.
Big key right here. I saw Gavin making a ball change. Will it work?
Oh,
Indeed.
look at that. Awesome change
Big
in the
shot.
moment for a clutch frame. That's confidence.
Best shot of the match from Kai. This is now it's a must strike for Max, right? Because Gratitude's got some momentum.
And now that they doubled, they need a double here. Messenger touches it and knocks it over. That was the perfect time for that to happen.
That one just never saw it.
This game has been flipping back and forth. Feels like one of those games in the NBA or NFL, you see the lead changes.
Now it's a double shutout here for Luke. Best they can do if Tyler makes that is 2-on-1.
Since he made that ball change on lane 30, Luke, 3 strikes in 3 frames. Oh!
Wow.
Have you ever seen a washout made that way?
Wow.
That was untraditional. A slight backup to it.
That was basically, how we make the super washout.
Yeah,
That's what happened. Except there was no 6-pin.
that ball hit just the right side of the head
That's
pin,
exactly
went
what happened.
all the way to the 10-pin spot, and the ball hit the 110.
That's crazy.
That is insane angle to then still take out the 1-2-4.
And it still could possibly get him a win. We don't know.
That was incredible. But
It's a
Luke
must
here
strike. Gotta
must
have it.
strike. Wow.
Young man's headed to Mount Mercy. Now he needs 3. Stay behind the foul line. Speaking of Luke.
All right, Josh, good to see that he's back on track. 2 9 spares, and now a strike. And in this situation, I'm letting Luke go before me. As Josh, I'm not going to go because I have a chance here to try another
Oh, yeah,
ball, try a different angle, something like that. If he gets his count, they're going to win, and I can try something else.
Nicely done.
Josh seems confident,
Meanwhile,
sticking with the same ball.
front 5 for NFL Elite. Out the gates in the U15 championship match. That's a good shot. Yeah. A little high there for Kennedy.
I didn't see.
All right, the run concludes. On 5. 9 pin coming up. What we just watched, ladies and gentlemen, is a good lesson in patience in bowling. And Riley, when I was talking to you, what was it? Shoot, was it frame 6 or 7? I think it was frame 7.
Yeah.
And said, hey, they're only down by 6. But I'm sure internally they felt like they were down by 30.
Yeah.
They were bowling like they were down by 30. You could just kind of tell there was a lot happening, right?
Little
They wanted to
tense.
strike so bad, yes.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just gotta take a step back, which is so difficult to do in the moment. In this case, especially lean on your teammates. All right, this is a team event, so you have the luxury of leaning on them, whether it's communication, ball choices, for them to pick you up, somebody else to double. You know, so every now and then you just need that person to spare. Those
Oh, the last second fall.
unless you're Kai Struthers, generally your strike percentage is probably 90%.
That's a really good point there, just to stay relaxed in those final frames, make confident, collected shots. Like you said, no panic. And also to have a player like Luke in your 10th frame
Oh yeah.
takes pressure off you in the 8th or 9th frame as well.
I mean, it should be a comforting thing for both
Yeah.
teams, right? Okay, we got Joss.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. Like I'm just gonna throw the best shot I can, and I know all we got to do is get it to Joss,
Mm-hmm.
right? Riley, you mentioned your college bowling experience. Who was your anchor player at the time?
We had AJ Johnson. Heard of him before?
Sure.
And then the other for my last year of bowling was Greg Young.
So was there multiple times throughout your career you said, you know what, we just got to get it to AJ.
Oh yeah.
Or we just got to get it to Greg, and I just got to play my role. Which you bowl 4-9 a lot of times, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just got to play my part and let them do what they do. It's a similar situation.
Ooh.
It's a good break there. Well, Mateo is, I haven't seen him bowl in person in a while. Well, man, he was already good, and his skills continue to improve. His physical game is really good.
Yeah, I can tell he's matured a lot in a short period of time.
Oh.
We had Sebi make a 7-10 on our
say,
stream
last
before.
time I saw Sebi, he made 7-10. We do need to talk to him about his color situation, because that's more of a Florida Gators.
Oh, yeah,
jersey.
good. That's the Florida Gator ones, yeah.
Yeah, that's a royal blue. We looking for Bears. We got to get a little bit more navy blue. I think the same situation here for.
Oh, that would have been a big break.
Same situation for 10 in the pick, right? It's just one game. They anticipated, I'm sure, that NFL Elite will come over here and wouldn't have any real issues getting to the pot, right? So they just got to be themselves, lean on what got them to this point, and try to throw the best shots they can for the next game.
Oh, that was a bad break.
That's terrible.
7-pin somehow still stands. Yep, and on lane 31-32, NFL Elite will take game number 1. But this is a time where Lucas J, Jessica, Kennedy really migrate together. This is where you really want to stick together, have that glue of team chemistry, because you're down, but you're not out. You're going through some adversity right now, kind of struggling with some splits in the middle of the game. But if you can stick together, trust each other, and continue to have fun, you can get right back up. As you mentioned, they shot 230 and 212. So they have what it takes. Tie game through 5 frames in our game 3 decisive game on 29 and 30. Wouldn't want to have it any other way, as the next 2 bowlers up, Joss and Luke.
Is this game 3? In this match? Is it?
Yeah,
Dang,
they started on the left lane, they flipped.
That was fast. huddle up for NFL Elite. Look to take down a title, but they should anticipate a fight.
Winning is never easy.
I think someone put that on a T-shirt, didn't they? Some Nike brand, something like that.
Toe to toe. Still on 29 and 30.
And this is exactly what you want. Right? You're saying, all right, we got 4 frames left. It's our 4 versus your 4. Shot for shot. Here we go.
We got our lineup. You set yours. We got everybody where we want them.
It's like we were hooping. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
get your 4. We got our 4.
That's me at the park at noon.
Basically, yes, absolutely. It's a good shot, though. He made the adjustment, too. Because the last shot kind of duck hooked on him.
All right. So they draw first blood over there with a strike from Josh.
Sebi opening with a split there, nearly made it. I'm convinced now after seeing his spare ball hook again that when he shot that 3-9-10, his spare ball did hook. Speaking of Mateo.
That does happen. All the friction that is created for multiple factors. Yeah, plastic balls meant to go straight. They do have a little bit of hook to them.
Especially those mixes, boy. You can throw a mix and get a little hook. Going out the window for Gavin. Just gotta obviously take his time on the spare.
Doesn't lose anything on count since it was a strike.
Wow. This pair's starting to go through that second phase as the players kind of move further left. Starting to see, and I think in this case, right, as they move left, you're hoping to catch a little bit more oil in the front. And so when you get there, sometimes you got to soften it up just enough, right?
Yeah.
And so but it's, again, so difficult to do.
And that soft release is going to allow the ball to float, right? Float and pick up at the right spot on the lane, letting the ball do the work, not trying to overpower it.
Now, fortunately for Tyler in that situation, they were on a spare, so they did lose count.
And another messenger from Mats. 2 games in a row in the 9th frame. Needed a strike. Messenger attempting 2 times.
I mean,
He doesn't miss, in quotes,
I've watched
Megan
Guy
Smith.
a lot, man. And he just obviously just keeps getting better. He's just got that soul you need. You want to feel confident in regards to bowling. Have Kai on your team. See what the situation is going to be here.
Joss is letting Luke go.
Right, he re-racks.
Oh, he re-rack? Okay.
Luke took a re-rack. So the situation here is this. What's our team name?
EYT Buds.
EYT Buds can max out at 228. Luke will need a double.
With the ball in hand.
6.
Has a chance to put pressure on Joss here.
2 strikes and 6. Just shut him out. Got that one going. That was going a little bit too far down the lane before it started to make its move. And now, Joss needs the first one in the 10.
Oh.
Wow. There it is.
So spares are important now.
Yep.
2-pin. I would like to share a 2-pin for a win. I'll take that.
Yeah, and with count was on the side of EYT Buds.
And it looked like for both bowlers, real quick, Luke and Joss, leverage is what I noticed. Both of them kind of lost their a little bit top heavy, gets their body in front of their feet, they lose leverage.
Josh has to make it, obviously, just to stay alive, and then Luke just needs. Sorry, still needs 6.
Eli over here on 31 had a 6 count there. He did have a 5 count earlier and made it on a washout.
Never know. 6 is no guarantee. There it is. Good shot. The champion. EYT Buds.
Wow. Neck and neck the entire game through 10 frames. And we are neck and neck over here on 31 and 32, still looking to determine our U15 division. Ridgely Potter Jr., Sebi Vetter, Miles Gordon, Eli Anaker versus Lucas Drisdell, Kennedy Spears, Jade Mazinis, and Jessica Pivas. That's right off his hand.
Oh, wow.
Open
now
frame.
That's something you don't see every day from Ridgely Potter. That's just an unforced error right there. Again, sometimes, folks, it all comes back around. It's hard to be patient in any sport.
Sebi wasting no time there. He was up and ready to go immediately.
Oh, wow. What a shot from Kennedy Spears.
Way to show up.
I mean, that was just bulldozed.
Lucas ready before the rack even comes down. These guys don't mess around.
Oh, boy.
I just hope they're not rushing themselves right now. Pre-shot routine. Just a normal shot. You're bowling against the pins here.
All right. Now it's over. I was going to say, if Miles had struck there, Lucas would have needed at least 2 to ensure a tie situation.
Yeah, what I like to see here, you know, U15 division still developing on their mental game and things like that. This is definitely a moment where I would like to see someone on the team take a leadership role. Gather the team before we start the next game. Do a little huddle, you know, give a little bit of words of advice or just a calming voice in the huddle, I would say. And then come together, throw every shot together, one frame at a time.
Sometimes it just could be like a smile.
Yeah.
Right? It's just, you know.
Do something just to keep your team relaxed. And really, at the end of the day, score watching, things like that, as it's just the feeling I have right now. That's something I would say is just focus on us, focus on one shot at a time, do the best that we can, bowl against the pins. We are on lane 31, and we are bowling against 10 pins on the deck. We're not bowling against the NFL Elite. We're not bowling against we're bowling the pins.
Right.
And let's just like we do every time we bowl, let's just have some fun. All right, final game. This will determine our U15 division champions in our 2024 Bola-Palooza Team Cup. Sebi gets us started on 32. Kennedy will lead off on 31.
Oh, carry.
Robin Murray is tuning in. We've got Anthony Pilland. We saw Brian Ray a little bit earlier. Lori's on here. Thanks everyone for joining. Open frame to start from Sebi. Kennedy with a makeable here.
Mr. Gordon wearing number 95. Miles Garrett, of course, for the Cleveland Browns. Whoa. Luke's got to shake that off there. I'm sure that was not intentional. He certainly wanted to get some count. There was some space actually in between the 4 and the 7, so if he really wanted to go for it, there was an opportunity, or I should say an increased percentage opportunity to make it simply because of that. But you anticipate NFL elites to do exactly what they're doing, especially in a closeout game.
Momentum is on their side. They're a fast bowling team in general, so I do not expect them to take any pauses in this moment. They've got 4 strikes in a row, and before you know it, we could be in the 8th frame. Just like that. It's like a freight train going downhill.
Very fast.
Can't be stopped.
Very fast. They would want to go faster, but lane 32 is actually denying them from doing it.
Maybe Kennedy or the team over here called it in. Hey, can you help slow this match down a little bit?
Spare.
All right, Kennedy, time to get something started. Light a little fire here in the 5th frame. Oh, open frame in the 7th. Not over yet.
Well, sometimes all it takes is just one little break for you as the squad that's down to kind of get going. Hook a little.
Almost got the 2-pin to fall over with a small tap of it. And now it looks like Ridgely is taking his time here. Wonder what's going through their minds on NFL Elite, if this is strategy or what was being discussed. But Potter takes the lane now. Ooh. Trip 4. Smooth sailing right there. Clean living.
Originally was a 4-7-10 for about 5 seconds.
It was.
I still got 221 out there.
Yeah, that was a no-doubter from Lucas. Great shot. I really like watching Lucas bowl. Oh. It's a bad time for that to happen.
All you need is a little bit of hope. And
See a
little
strike
bit of
here. Fall over. It does.
Wow.
All right. Do you feel that? A little momentum right now? You feel it kind of turning?
There is a shift. It's just what we talked about earlier, right? You trust Lucas, the bottom of your lineup. You got to change that.
Take that pin off.
Originally, we'll do that. So all of a sudden, an opportunity has presented itself. Oh, that's got a chance, Riley. Oh, Riley. Oh, Riley Smith, that's got a chance.
This is why we love bowling.
Jade Zennis. So, I don't know how many shots or team events Kennedy has bowled. But I'm sure she might be feeling just a little bit of that. That heart might be pumping just a little bit more. She's just got to relax and do it the 100 times she's done it before. Oh, go Brooklyn. Ow.
Not over.
I was just saying,
not over.
Even with that, Miles Gordon can close the door. A double would do it. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
20 of the fill.
A 20-pin fill would do it.
So
20-pin fill would do it.
he has to. Kennedy has to make this, and then Lucas has to strike out.
Correct.
If Gordon were to spare this, and they got to put pressure on him. This is a tough spare. 2, 5, 8. There's a sleeper right behind the 2-pin there. This is a difficult one. You're going to need the bowling ball to come through at the right angle to get all 3 pins down.
Lucas wasting no time. He's got to have it. Oh. Great shot. Okay.
Still forces Gordon to spare. As long as, or rather 2, you're right.
Now he needs 2.
Yep. All right.
There it is. Stay behind the line. Oh, there's nothing to be ashamed of on that shot, Lucas. But that's just a champion's mentality right there. You feel like you let your team down. That young man is special. So is that young man.
Yeah, what a talented 8 players we have in front of us, huh? In the U15 division. Oh, wow. And that's why this is the most important, or most fun part of the day. Comes down to the final frames and final shots. Over here we have NFL Elite just narrowing out a victory.
That's some cool, they're not ornaments, but they sit nicely on the tree from one Victor Quintero. What do you call these? What are these? 3D print. Okay. Oh, I've been seeing your new project on social. Okay. Yes, I like these. Okay. Appreciate it.
All right, what do I need?
Wow, that was that's why we bowl, as they say. Or what was it, Herm?
That's why we play the game.
Yeah, what's my guy's name?
Herm Edwards.
Herm Edwards, former Jets coach and the Chiefs coach. That's why you play to win the game.
You play to win the game.
You just never know. there were multiple instances where we saw patience. That's pretty cool. This is dope. How about that?
3D printed Christmas tree with legs,
Nice. I like this.
and then bowling pin with legs.
Okay.
That's an ornament for a dog. Really cool stuff by Mr. Quintero.
Yeah, y'all should go check out Victor Quintero on Facebook. Check him out. He's got a new 3D printer. Is that good there? Yes. That's
Yeah, that looks
perfect.
good.
Yeah, he's got some cool stuff. Check him out on Facebook.
In just moments, we'll have the awards presentation. We'll crown all of our champions.
What I was saying was, Riley, we saw multiple instances where patience brought itself to the forefront. And in a sport that requires patience, and as players, we don't often yield to the patience that are required. I thought these young athletes really did that. And you saw every type of emotion, really.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's easy to kind of look ahead and go, all right, we got this one in the bag. You know, all of a sudden things kind of start to go a little south. The match starts to get a little closer. And as you said, you know, momentum starts to shift. Double from Jessica and Jade puts Kenny in position, and she makes the spare. You could argue. I think we and most of us have been in those situations. Certainly Riley and I have, where that 10 pin is even harder than the strike.
Yes.
Like making that 10 pin in that situation arguably feels tougher in the moment than actually striking in that sense. And Lucas threw a great shot. Rings a 10. And, you know, same thing for, we watched the Joss and Luke 10 frames. You noticed you talked about the leverage portion. And I will say one thing, and last night, folks, I watched the PWBA Regional Showdown. I was there in Orlando, Florida, just outside of Orlando. And it was a culmination of regional champions from the season and those who qualified that day, or earlier, I should say, in the tournament to advance to match play. We had two 17-year-olds, two youngest players in the field. They ended up being the top seeds, the two top seeds. The top seed was Caitlin Stoll. She actually won a regional earlier in the year. Second seed was Avery Dumigan, also 17. She had bowled several regionals. I didn't win any, but she had made a couple of shows. But there was a moment, I think, late where analyst Sydney Brummett said Caitlin Stoll had a chance to shut out Carson Lukosius in the 10th frame to win. And she left I forgot what it was, a single pin. And it could have been just one of those moments to where, like, it's on the line. You need the shot to clinch. And we've all been there. You know, it's a good shot, solid shot, decent shot, and you don't strike. But Sid said it could have just been, you know, the 17-year-old part coming out. Right?
Mm-hmm.
She's 17 at the end of the day. There'll be plenty of opportunities there. And so what we just watched, 15-year-olds, 17-year-olds in the moment, still growing. I thought you really said it best. You know, the mental games are still growing, right? How do you handle yourselves in these positions? And these are the things that this environment allows them to work on in real time, in real moments, and in real situations where winning is on the line, and you got to learn how to do it. Really, really great stuff. I'm happy I was able to be back for this today.
Glad you're back as well. And great summary there of the awesome bowling that is wrapped up here over the 2 days, holiday doubles and Team Cup Bowlapalooza weekend at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois. Once again, I'm Riley Smith with Emil Williams Jr.
By the way, Caitlin Stoll did end up winning.
Yes.
I told that story and kind of left the cliffhanger. Carson Lukosius needed a double to win, and she left a stone cold 9-pin on
Oh.
the first shot in the 10th. So a 17-year-old has won 2 PWBA regionals this
That's
season.
2 now. I knew this one. Didn't know she had 1 before that, so
Yeah.
2 total. That's
And what was on the line, folks? $4,000 and up to $4,700 in entry fees paid for on the national tour next season.
wow.
So if Caitlin, wants to bowl whatever stop or however many stops or the queens or whatever, she can bowl those and not have to pay her own entry fee. PWBA will cover that for her.
Wow.
Here we go. The end of Bulapalooza. I don't think I could ask for better matches than those. That was super, super exciting and literally could have went either way. Proud of all of you guys. Congrats. In the U15 second place, 10 in the pit. Kennedy, Jade, Jessica,
U15 division, second place. We just saw them finish up. Congratulations to Lucas, Kennedy, Jade, and Jessica. Team 10 in the pit, second place. And our champions in the U15 division, we just saw them close out a narrow 10-pin win.
NFL Elite. Congrats. Hi, Miles, Ridley, Debbie.
They call themselves NFL Elite. Miles Gordon, Sebi Vetter, Eli Anneker, and Ridgely Potter Jr. Those two last mentioned all the way from Florida. They come into the Chicagoland area and claim the U15 division Team Cup title with Sebi and Miles.
I think we should have an EYT staff tournament.
Yeah, the 10 or 12 people that are involved.
And I only said that because, I've been watching these cool trophies be earned and photos taken of for I don't know how many years now, at least 3. I'm like, I want a trophy.
I do too. Some of them, like, they light up with a switch or something.
And if I got to earn it, I'll try it. Like, I want one.
If there's anything that's going to get Emil out of retirement,
Yeah.
it's an EYT
Basically.
trophy.
The only thing, I bowl with my wife and our best friends and on Sunday afternoons, which normally I'd be there now, but I wanted to check on the stream and make sure you were good based on our convo yesterday. So I came over here today. But, I haven't bowled a tournament in God knows when. But I would bowl this tournament to try to win that trophy.
U18 division. Second place, Team Gratitude. Joss, Mateo, Tyler, and Kai.
That's going to be the team name for life.
Yes.
An ode to the late, great Dr. Jerry Weems, Joss's dad. Team Gratitude got it done at USA Bowling, the national tournament last year. And if I recall, just most recently, the newest or the latest version of the team earned a spot back at the national tournament for USA Bowling. They won a regional championship a couple weeks ago. Mateo is so grown up that I don't even recognize him. Like, that is not the same dude from 3 years ago. It's crazy.
That's the last time you saw him?
No, I mean, I've seen him since, but I haven't seen him in person in a while.
Okay.
Like I said, I hadn't seen him bowl in person in probably about a year because I missed holiday doubles last year.
Right. And he's back for that
Right.
tournament, this tournament every year so far. Our wonderful photographer, shout out to Nora Russell. She's putting in the work right now.
And she has been putting in the work all year. Been a great year for Nora from the business perspective. So if you need some photos, and many of our EYT parents already know Nora from that regard, and some have reached out to her to get senior photos taken and various shoots of that
Wedding
nature.
photos.
Of course, Nora Russell Photography on Facebook. Please go like her page and follow her.
The EYT Buds, first place.
What was their original name?
I'll tell you offline.
Okay.
This is a youth event. Matt, Luke,
boys are
Gavin,
gonna be
and Josh.
Boys are going to be boys, Riley.
Congratulations to these guys. Team Cup champions in the U18 division, 2024.
Well, Luke is going to Mount Mercy. Just recently signed. Congrats again to the Switzalski family. Be interesting to see where if some of those other players right up there, Mats, Josh, and Gavin, will at the collegiate bowling world. I think they're all going to college. Whether they bowl or not, I think is the question.
Yeah.
The Murray family's got some aviation ties as well.
Now time for the champions photo. We'll bring in U15. We'll take a good one with smiles and then always a silly one. And then we'll wrap it up.
This is a situation where, like, they get to size each other up and feel like, all right, because someone might have to end up, like, kneeling, right? And it's like, who's going to exert their dominance?
Tall in the back, shorter in the front. Yeah, I think they're gonna put the whole team on the same row. I think
Mr. Thunberg, I believe, is in the chat. It's funny too. When we chatted last, he told me the last time I saw him, I don't remember what tournament it was, but he is the one that normally is not in attendance. But he just chatted, and something like Matt's sister is very proud of him. It's a family affair.
that's awesome. Thanks for tuning in, Chad. I think quick recap of the weekend is it accomplished our goal of team bowling, holiday spirit, and just an exciting, fun atmosphere to end our 2024 calendar year. We had a lot of exciting match play and stepladder games coming down to the last frame. And a lot of experience has been gained this weekend with the mental game, physical game, lane play, and everything in between. So really, just in a recap, I think it went as planned, and it was successful. I'm just happy to be a part of this team and a part of this tour. So shout out to everyone involved, and thanks to all the bowlers that came out and participated. We hope you feel the same way.
Hope so too, and well said, as always, Riley, from the president. Quick note, Mr. Thunberg did let us know in the chat that Matt has committed to Wichita State.
Ooh.
Will be studying aerospace engineering.
Oh.
So a little bit aviation. We got engineering. Wow.
That is cool.
That's impressive. Well, I look forward to watching Matt's at the next level. But before that, I will enjoy his time still with us here at the Elite Youth Tour.
One more silly photo.
Well, they nailed that one, though.
They're killing that silly photo right now. And then we'll begin our sign-off. But everybody, thanks for joining. Again, I'm Riley Smith with Emil Williams Jr. This has been a production of the Elite Youth Tour stream, courtesy of Bullstream TV, and also all of our other supporters and sponsors to Dexter, H5G Brands, Storm Products, Turbo 2-in-1 Grips, as mentioned, Bullstream TV and Emil Williams Jr., Fast Track Physio over there with Paul Schroeder, Bow Dry Enterprises, Gail Voschel, Deandra Asbetti, Jason Belmonte, over a decade ago with creating the Elite Youth Tour. It's always a pleasure here at Strike and Spare 2 with Chris Watson and the staff. A beautiful bowling alley, 38 lanes. Thank you for having us. Signing off for the last time at the 2024 Elite Youth Tour Bowlapalooza weekend, where we had holiday doubles and the Team Cup. It's always a pleasure. I want to say thank you to all of my EYT family, friends, and fans out there. Until next time.
Hold on before you go. Might as well wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, because this is the last time we'll talk to you in 2024. But we'll see you January 18th.
You're going to make me grab my calendar for a minute there.
Yeah. But I don't remember. I think it's here, or is that River Rant?
Now I'm going to grab my calendar. Live and die by this thing.
So
River Rand Bowl. January 18th.
January 18th. All right, January 18th, River Rand Bowl, Des Plaines, Illinois. We will. That's the next time we will see you. So we will see you in 2025. Happy holidays. Enjoy your families. Enjoy your loved ones. And have a happy new year as well.